charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Holy true divine house upon your pinnacle, who keep watch over the universe. Yea, who company the beer to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of roar, advancing onwards to the heights of born of the shade which standeth in the center of the earth. birth is from the house of death. Oh, ye true divine hearts upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the beer to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrath and sing onwards to the heights of heaven. Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth, behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein toppled down heaven the firmament. I travel up on high, I tread upon the firmament of noon. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of the new, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified wrath, giving my life to the dwellers of I say, come up upon the mountains, celestial waters shall flow at my word, for I am
Hombre, muchacho. ¿Qué pasó, amigo? Hombre, la muchacho. Aquí el cordero de Dios, los pescados del mundo.
therefore all things are as my desires. Therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth.
It looks like he stinks. Why do you think that he stinks? I'm my favorite. Your favorite trash streamer? ¿Qué pasó?
Terrible wisdom, all light, all power, grace, luxury, holding by whatever name I call thee. All still nameless to eternity. keep watch over the universe. Ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Ra, advancing onwards to the heights of heaven. Lord of the shrine, which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by my own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dusk, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who accompany the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Ra, advancing onwards to the heights of heaven. Lord of the shrine, which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein Tar floateth over.
The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place, let him begin by a ritual of the enter, as followeth. H vivo preocul, o procul este profani, Bahlasti, Ompeda, in the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitation. temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let him begin by a ritual of the Emperor, as followeth.
H. Priocol, procol est profani, Baldasti, Umpeda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitation. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord, wisdom, and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. Thee I invoke, O thou of the ibis head. Thee I invoke, thou who wieldest the bond of double power. Thee I invoke, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life. Thee I invoke, thou whose head is as an emerald and thy heavens as the night sky blue. Thee I invoke, thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace. Thee I invoke.
Behold, I am yesterday, today am the brother of tomorrow.
I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe.
I am the charioteer of the east, the Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Thee I invoke, O thou of the ibis head. Thee I invoke, thou who wieldest the wand of double power. Thee I invoke, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life. Thee I invoke, O thou of the ibis head. Thee I invoke, thou who wieldest the wand of double power. Thee I invoke, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life. Thee I invoke.
The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let him begin by a ritual of the Emperor, as followeth. O procul est profani, Balascium pedam. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the unit.
The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let him begin by a ritual of the Emperor, as follows.
Val preocul, o procul est profani,
Balasti, Umpeda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one,
proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Creeks of Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch of Cook, the Ancient and Tennessee Rites of Masonry, the Rites of the Masonry, the Rites of Israel, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rites of Masonry, the Swedenborgian love of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Malta, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Croix of Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch of Enoch, the ancient and primitive rites of Masonry, the Knights and Mixes, the rites of Masonry, the ancient and accepted Scottish rites of Masonry, the Swedenborgians, the Knights of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders who proclaim it of less fame. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the
Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Malta, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Croix of Herodon, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch of Enoch, the Antient and Primitive Rite of Masonry, the Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Malta, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Croix of Herodon, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch of Eden.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the candle kiss the ground. I want the scales to sting on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turned back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gate kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the promise, to the cause, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. I trace the line, I pay my dues, I keep my face by the mirror's edge. I learn the taste of every pledge, and when the night comes down, I hear it in my bones, a careful kind of vow, a weight I own. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time.
I trace the line, I pay my dues, I keep my face by the mirror's edge. I learn the taste of every pledge. And when the night comes down, I hear it in my bones. A careful count.
The secrecy of the order provides members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. Cemetery, the crime of slander, which comes so great, a proportion of human misery, is rated extremely dangerous, if not impossible, which is a minor, a closet obligation.
of any brother who does so, as well as he himself, will be held strictly to account by the Grand Tribunal. The utmost frankness and good faith between brethren is essential to the easy and harmonious working of our system, and the executive power will see to it that it is encouraged by all means possible that breach of them is swiftly and silently suppressed.
Women of the Order, who are about to become mothers, receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them.
69. The Order offers great social advantages to its members. Them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70. The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by co-oration and securing them clients or customers. 71. The Order offers the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Holy true divine hosts upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe. Yea, who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of God, advancing onwards to the heights of Lord of the stream which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I mine is the radiance white and floating over the I travel upon high, I stand upon the firmament of new. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of mine ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glory fire, giving my light to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, the celestial waters shall flow off my word, for I am Kitover created in the flesh. I am the idol of my father's evil, Lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and the God sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day. And the desire of my heart realizes itself from what he created. Eternal, therefore all things are as my designs. Therefore do all things obey my word. Whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. land of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye true divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bee to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrath and sing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is he, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein doth float on him on the mountains. I travel up on high. I tread upon the filaments of dew. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of the new, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified wrath, giving my life to the dwellers of If I say come up upon the mountains, celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am eternal. Therefore all things are as my designs. Therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, all light, all power, grace, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name rings for me now, all still nameless to eternity.
cometh forth from the dusk, and my birth is from the house of death.
O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Ra advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine, which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him.
I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dusk, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of Ra advancing onwards to the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance wherein Tama floateth over.
The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place, let him begin by a ritual of the enterer, as followeth. H vivo preocul, o procul este profani, bahlasti, peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitation. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O
temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let him begin by a ritual of the enterer, as followeth.
HB Valpriocol, Procol est profani, Balasti, Ompeda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitation.
I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. I invoke, O thou of the ibis head. I invoke, thou who wieldest the bond of double power. I invoke, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life. I invoke, thou whose head is as an emerald and thy limbs as the night sky blue. I invoke, thou whose skin is a flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace. I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow.
I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as life unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe.
I am the charioteer of the east, the Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. I invoke, O thou of the ibis head. I invoke, thou who wieldest the wand of double power. I invoke, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life. I invoke, O thou of the ibis head. I invoke, thou who wieldest the wand of double power. I invoke, thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life. I invoke.
The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let him begin by a ritual of the enterer, as followeth. Valpriocul, o procul este profani, Balasti ompera. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. The temple being in darkness, and the speaker ascended into his place. Let him begin by a ritual of the enterer, as followeth. Valpriocul, o procul este profani, Balasti ompeda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rosicrucians of Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch and Cloak, the Ancient and Tennessee Rites of Masonry, the Rites of Masonry, the Rites of Masonry, the Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish Glory and Love of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Malta, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Croix of Hidden, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch of Enoch, the ancient and primitive rites of Masonry, the Knights of Masons, the rites of Masonry, the ancient and accepted Scottish rites of Masonry, the Swedenborgian rites of Masonry, the Order of the Martinists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders, equal letters, equal less fame. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of
of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Malta, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Croix of Herodon, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch of Enoch, the Antient and Primitive Rite of Masonry, the Rite of Man. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Malta, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose Croix of Herodon, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch of Enoch.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden scene, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gable kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. on, but I have held on long to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden steam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sting on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime, to make the punishment fit the crime, fit the crime. My object all sublime, I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grave.
Has nothing to do with the state of Israel.
No, 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 no. Just trying to explain traditionally whether there's a state of Israel or not a state of Israel. That land is the central focus of the religion. That's all I was trying to say. I'm not saying this from a, the statehood argument. It's the land is it's woven into every, like our holidays. Our holidays are around festivals, harvest festivals that were connected to the land. I mean, that's all I was trying to say as you try to garner where the land connects to the religion. So that was it. Sorry,
I would just say this though. The thing with the Old Testament though is that is more history. It shows the evolution. What is basically the backstory before Jesus. It's not, obviously a lot changes with Christianity after the Old Testament, and so it's not, obviously Christianity is a I want to say a break, but it's obviously the New Testament. There's obviously a lot of really big changes that end up happening.
But do you disconnect from Christianity to me is completely connected to the land as well. I mean, and there's been lots of wars over this.
Sure.
Especially, and you've heard me say, especially when you go to Jerusalem, I mean, so much of the heart and soul of Jerusalem is the birth of Christianity, and it's all there.
But
so
being realistic,
it doesn't. Hold on, Pepe. Just hold on for a sec, because you haven't been there, so you really don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I'm talking about the crusade.
But no, I'm talking about Christianity is birthed there, and all of whether you're in Jerusalem or you're up in the Galilee at the Sermon of the Mount or Beatitudes. I I mean, I guess my question to Catholics or to Christians is, I can't imagine that Christianity has separated itself, although there is Rome and the Pope, from the holiness of the land. I mean, it's holy to Christians. It would seem to me, and when you go there, there's thousands of Christians that are there in these holy places.
Absolutely, of course,
very,
yes,
very
absolutely.
righteous and spiritual to
Very
Christians.
helpful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
these
mean-
dipshits who try to say like, Pepe even said he's not even religious.
Shut up.
But it's a religious place for Christians.
Okay, hold on.
It never hasn't been.
Sure,
But you know when? Do you know when it ceased to be a religious place for Christians? When the Jordanians took control, and when they decided to treat the Holy Sepulchre like a garbage dump, and Christian sites with disrespect.
But during the
So,
Crusades.
however, I'm not talking about the Crusades.
Well, no, but if we were looking at historically Christian
Historically,
perspective,
have
the Christians
Christians-
looked at they did not, and I'm just being realistic. I'm not, I'm
Clearly connected to the land now.
Yes, but and I'll be speaking poorly of Christians. They did not see Jews as that relevant. In fact, they just fucking killed them if they had to. They wanted their Christian control of the Holy Land.
Yeah, but Pepe, you asked the question earlier. Let me share with, and Abby, thank you so much for your submission so that we can all comprehend. First of all, the term itself, Christianity, is not in the Bible. The word Christian is mentioned 3 times in the scripture, and all 3 times are derogatory. Okay? All of the writers of the New Testament were Jews who converted to Jesus. Every one of them. Okay? So the whole New Testament is all scripture written by Jewish people. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Paul, James, John, all of them. They were all Jewish men who converted to Christ's message. So the New Testament is an extension of what we consider the Old Covenant.
Yeah.
And the only reason why I call the New Covenant is because God explained in the Old Testament to Israel that he was going to have a covenant for the people. And if you want to look at the scripture in the New Testament, it's John chapter 1, verse 12. He said he came unto his own, who is Israel. And his own did not receive him. Why? Because they were looking for a physical king. And Jesus was not trying to be the king of Israel. They call him the king of the Jews. But what he really was trying to do was become the king of our hearts. And even till now, that's what he's trying to do. Become the king of our hearts. The location is still the land of Israel, which Abby said very well, and I've been there 3 times, and she's correct. The whole territory, historically, is a biblical territory. That's why there's so much conflict over there. You cannot, in any time of human history, dismiss Israel from anything on the map. This is very, very serious, because God said he's going to defend his covenant with Israel. Okay? I just want to make sure we have that clarity. The term Christianity, one second, Debbie. The term denomination, the Catholic Church, the Lutheran Church, the Presbyterian Church, none of that was in Israel. None of it. It's all us having the concept of what we all have heard or what we believe. And I land there.
But the part that's hard to get past, though, is that these religions, Catholicism being the main one, that any covenant, so any covenant that God had with the Jews would have been replaced with the church, and so they don't have to honor any covenant with Jews. And I'm talking about centuries and centuries. The majority of Christian history, they did not. That was not a thing. And look,
Pepe, do you know when?
Edward,
You know when the
I'm
covenant?
not somebody who's like. I'm somebody who's very skeptical of Christianity, but when it comes to, and in a way, I'm kind of holding Christian people's feet to the fire, because especially when I hear people who when I hear it, like like the dispensationalist like view or versions of Christianity, I just like, it's like, when was that ever a thing until really recently? And this is all new to me. And like, okay, we're being raised Catholic, we never heard about any of this shit. And it was like,
can I read the scripture from so Romans 9:6-8 and 25-26. Paul explains that being part of Israel isn't about your DNA anymore. It's about your faith in Jesus. For not all who are descended from Israel belong to Israel, and not all are children of Abraham because they are his descendants. This means that it's not the children of the flesh who are the children of God, but the children of the promise are reckoned as descendants.
yeah, I mean, that's
I
basically
also
an
add,
anti
and the covenant itself, when we recite it, the actual covenant, we recite it at the birth, when a boy has his breast, or a girl would be a baby naming. We recite it when a baby is born, and it repeats. I mean, I put the Hebrew in the chat, but basically, it's connecting us to God. That is the closest connection we have with God, is when a baby born, and we recite and giving name to the child is the direct line to God. We believe that. That's why everyone is given, a blessed Hebrew name in our religion, but because it's connecting, and that's when we recite the actual covenant. You recite it at a bris or at a baby naming.
Okay,
Just
that's
to give you context on that. Birth. It's
given that Hebrew name?
Yeah, at birth. And birth is, and we believe that's the closest line to God, is at that moment of when you say that particular prayer, and you connect to the covenant with God. I'm not a religion. I know some of this stuff. I wish, like, one of these rabbis we have, or someone who's more schooled in it, could tell you.
But the thing is, though, is when we listen to these rabbis on this app.
Hold on, Pepe, chill for a second. I've had 2 kids, so I know I've gone through the prayer moment with both my son and my daughter.
What were you gonna say, Edward?
It's a beautiful moment, by the way, to have that when a baby's born.
You said that the covenant that God made with Israel was changed by who? Who changed the covenant?
Who are you asking?
You said.
Yeah. So in the Catholic Church, it will say that, like, after his resurrection, and then of course his prediction that the fall of, or the destruction of the Second Temple, which kind of solidified it, that would be, the Jews would no longer have a covenant with the Jews, and or God would no longer have a covenant with the Jews, and then that was, I mean, it was after that, and this is what's really weird. After Vatican II, they'll say, like, oh, the Jews still have their relationship with God and have their own covenant, and yet obviously the Vatican will not support Israel, in the way that evangelicals will, but then they'll say that, at the same time, which is, like, really contradictory, they'll say that, like, oh, well, like, the religion of Judaism ceased to exist, after the resurrection of Jesus, and it's just kind of weird. It's almost like the Vatican gave out some platitudes, but they're not really on board with it.
Submission after you too.
So before, I just want to make sure I understand. So when did God make a covenant with the Catholic Church?
Not the Catholic Church.
I'd like to answer. Hold on. I'd like to answer to that point. Okay, it's not that he made a covenant with the Catholic Church. What occurs, though, is that persecution was occurring, and it comes from Acts 11, 19 through 26. Now, those who had been scattered by the persecution that broke out when Stephen's killed traveled as far as Phoenicia, Cyprus, and Antioch, spreading the word among Jews. Some of them, however, men from Cyprus and Cyrene, went to Antioch and began to speak to Greeks also, telling them the good news about the Lord Jesus. The Lord's hand was with them, and a great number of people believed and turned to the Lord. This reached the church in Jerusalem, and they sent Barnabas to Antioch. When he arrived and saw what the great God had done, he was glad and encouraged them all to remain true to the Lord with all their hearts. He was a good man, full of the Holy Spirit and faith, and a great number of people who were brought to the Lord. Then Barnabas went to Tarsus to look for Saul, and when he found him, he brought him to Antioch. So for a whole year, Barnabas and Saul met with the church and taught great numbers of people. The disciples were called the Christians first at Antioch. So let me finish, though. I'm almost done. You have to look at the history of where the missions occurred with the disciples due to the persecution and spreading of the word. The first three churches are largely built in Rome, Antioch, and Alexandria. This is before it's called Catholic or anything like that. Catholic means universal. It just means the universal church. That's all that term. Not in how we reference it today as the Roman Catholic.
Hey, but this is what I want to know. Do we know that the people groups at that time, that whole part that was just what you just read?
Well, they were Jews converting other Jews.
Okay, so when...
But then Paul does a different mission, and Peter does a different mission too.
Yes.
Paul, though, is converting Romans. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're converting them to the body of Christ. The body of Christ.
Yes,
not
the body of Christ.
Not to the body of Christ, not to any particular entity, because even now, denominations, and I know you heard of Martin Luther, who put his thing, the just shall live by faith, when he was a priest. All these different things is I try to stay strict to the scripture, which you just read, because all that is all Jewish people who were born of the Spirit. All of the Jews went about teaching the gospel to all of them. First in Jerusalem, Judea, Samaria, like you said, went to Rome. It scattered all over, because when they scattered, they no longer were going to the synagogue, right? And the synagogue is just a place of meeting. That's what it is. Even today, it's still a place of meeting. Most believers at that time could not do that, because when they received Christ, they would ask them, are you of those people who call the way? Because if you look at it, all of the New Testament, were all called of the way. The kingdom of God is at hand. So I hear you loud and clear. I just want to make sure that as we move forward, and I love the conversation we're having today, you guys. It's very nice, calm, and we're just talking. We all want to serve God better. To me, I think that's the most important thing, to serve God to the best of our ability. What I want to make sure, though, is this historical fact. I think Abby said it. There's a lot of historical things that a lot of us, especially here in the West, do not have. We may not even have understood it, but there's a lot of things that have happened historically that most of the West do not know when it comes to the foundation of the Old Testament and the New Testament. And that's what we got to go back and see and get here. Why do we say Judeo-Christian in the United States?
We need to go to the Quran, way past the New Testament.
Okay, but Muhammad,
Amazing.
Can I ask you a question, Muhammad?
His picture's pretty offensive. You know what the picture is?
No. Okay.
It's the guy who was the president of Iran.
Yeah. Okay, so no problem. No, it's okay. So one of the things I've learned, is you guys can look at it, is that any group of people that said that Christ did not come in flesh, let them be accursed. Islam did not believe that God had a son at all. So that's one of the areas I always walk them down, and they can't ever explain that. And another thing is, you don't die to get virgin.
I was going to say, just keep on. Hold on, one quick. I just look. But to understand at the beginning of people following Christ, they were heavily persecuted, and the church flourished outside of Jerusalem because of the persecution that they were facing. I mean, that's ultimately what it comes down to. And that's why, yes, and I want to answer main question, and that's kind of what I'm getting to, is yes, Israel is still thought of as the Holy Land. There's no doubt about it. But there's a reason why, in the story, due to the persecution, why, it's not thought of as in the teachings of rebuilding Israel.
But Joe, weren't we both persecuted? I mean, based on what you're saying,
Yeah,
the Romans massacred, they massacred, was it 70 AD when the temple was destroyed? I mean,
Yes,
they
and it was,
destroyed the
well,
temple.
70 AD,
You know,
72
I think we all
AD.
went down then, Joe.
And then who toppled the Romans?
Ultimately?
The Romans ultimately toppled themselves.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ toppled.
When did it?
Not in historical documents. The Eastern Roman Empire referred to themselves until the fall of 1453 as Romani. Right? If you're talking about the Western Roman Empire and you exclusively think that it correlates to that, then you're looking at something like the 470s. Right? Until the Ostrogoths and Visigoths took over. Give me a second. To the Ostrogoths and Visigoths took over, right? But the ultimate fall of the Roman Empire was not the fall of outside, it was not the response of outside forces. It was the internal corruption, tyranny, and division of the Roman
I
Empire.
didn't think it had internal conflict. But when it comes to the Romans, they ultimately killed Jesus. They're the ones who nailed his hands and his feet to the cross, and they were the ones. They went being the mighty Romans to being the pathetic, low life Italians, and they spent eternity doing that. That's what they get. But
Well, that's what most empires do, and that's all the time. They become either like a regional force or some type of larger force.
That's not true. Like they were mighty Romans. Now they're pathetic Italians. Now, yeah, we all know that. I don't even know where we're going. God damn it, Marshall, you just like totally. Marshall.
Sorry, I like Roman history, so I really am because
You give a great description of the secularist perspective of the inner conflict within due to the moral compass, moral rise of Christianity in around. I mean, that's just.
So I'm not saying it is
But if we're to look at it like historically, if we're to look at how Christians. Hold on, Marshall.
Actually say, which if you define, like typically in a historical community, you find a consensus through archaeology, anthropology, as well as historical first-hand documents. They may be secular, but that's not the agreement of most historians, even those who are Christian. Like my guy who taught me Roman history was a devout Presbyterian, got his doctorate in conversion studies. And when he taught the Roman Republic, yes, Christianity played a part, but it's not the largest part to the Roman Republic or the Roman Empire falling apart per all these different things. Right?
Sure. Okay, we don't need to talk about Rome falling apart.
Can I say something to all of you? Kind of spiritual, very cool. I'm in DC. I just arrived here, and there was this huge prayer service here all along the mall. I mean, there were hundreds. I don't look like a couple 100,000 people. It was huge. Do you guys know about this? It was the day was a national day of prayer and faith. That I don't know who put it together, but it was a big deal here in DC. I think was this made did it make national news? Something like that, but it was a very big Christian gathering here today. Did it not make any national news? Because it was a lot of people.
I saw that, but it's just like I don't know if this is some like gay evangelical or Protestant shit.
I don't think it was.
I have very little respect for them.
I don't know what denomination did it. I mean, I just know there were tons of people praying today, and it was a huge gathering. So someone can look it up.
Okay, but they're praying to Allah.
No, they weren't praying to Jesus. It was a Christian. It was a big Christian gathering. I know Mike Johnson was part of it, so I don't know.
Okay, but us Christians.
The National Day of Prayer has been a part of the conversation for at least 70 years. Just so
Marshall, did you know about what I'm talking about today?
yes, ma'am. I read in the newspaper this morning.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice thing. But I guess my point is there was no, like, drama, you know? It was a nice thing. There was no... There was no militancy. There was just a lot of people getting together to pray. It was a very beautiful thing that they did. Say it in a nice way. But that doesn't make the news. What makes the news is when you have news. It's whack news.
Make a comment real quick. Is that okay?
Yeah, just go.
I was just gonna say that based on my observations of Christ in the Bible, Christ came to fulfill the law, and in doing that, shedding his precious blood, he created a new covenant. The old law, what the Jews, claimed to follow, that was fulfilled by Christ. And when he, like I said, when he shed his precious blood on the cross, he created a new covenant for whoever believe in him will have eternity, and eternity in the kingdom of heaven. So Jesus said the only way to the Father is through me. That's facts. Like, if I hate to say it to the Jews and the Muslims or whoever, if you don't accept Christ, you will go to hell. There's no exceptions. There's no get out of hell free card. It's never been a thing. It doesn't exist for Jews. It doesn't exist for Muslims. It doesn't exist for anyone.
No, you're right.
So,
you're right.
That's just the way it is.
That is literally.
Yeah, but not that
That is literally the Christian narrative for basically forever, except for the last 150 or so years. That is
It's in the problem is we don't believe in hell. So I don't know how to break that to you.
that Christ,
Irrelevant to
Christ
us.
and the Father.
Well, it doesn't matter to us because we don't believe in hell. So it's not part of our theology.
I'm just saying.
We believe in a place called the Zalzel, which is the biblical, but no.
Yeah,
So,
I didn't know that.
it's like a place,
I'm not religious. I'm not saying this because I want to believe it. This is something that, like, man, shut up. Yes. And so, I shut up. Talking, like, Jesus Christ. But when it comes to even Christianity, okay, like Catholics, for example, think that if you are any other denomination of Christianity, you're not going to go to heaven. It's bizarre shit. But yeah, we absolutely are not going to look at. It's basically it's not much different for Jews or Muslims or anybody else who's not Catholic. And I'm telling you, somebody who's not a fucking religious person, like,
You're kind of right.
that is what they say.
That scripture be taken out of all context, and that Jesus was away from the Father. It's true to that, but the way that you tell me, the way my religion is not the way that you tell me.
can you, I have to finish.
We use it as propaganda, and that's what we do.
We have a scholar that just came on the stage. The scholar is going to say this so much better than I can say it. But he said, "How do we approach hell? It's not exactly hell, right?
You guys don't have hell. We know that.
No, he said, but it's Zazel, but it's not really. What is it?
The earliest reference to hell seems to be basically a slippery slope argument from a prophet. The argument was referencing a valley in Hinnom, Gay, Ben Hinnom.
Outside of Jerusalem.
Yeah, and there's a valley there, and at some point there was smoke coming up from the ground. And the explanation given for smoke coming up from the ground was that it being a valley, there was a hill. And up on the hill, the prophet pointed out that the Jews were bringing their own sacrifices. That they wanted to bring sacrifices, they didn't want to go to the temple, so they had an unauthorized sacrifice location. And then the slippery slope of it is, now that was at the top of the hill. By the time they were done, at the bottom, they were sacrificing their own children. Sort of an alarmist way of saying you violate the law a little bit, and your children will burn in a fiery pit.
Right. Well,
Where was that written? When Rick said, where was that?
One of the prophets, I forget which prophet, talked about it.
well, it's a question of nuance that's irrelevant.
Well, no, it's actually in the Bible.
Well, I disagree. You don't like nuance.
I'm sorry you don't like nuance,
It
but it's in
doesn't
the
matter
Bible.
whether or not you like nuance, but like what Exec said, literally is what makes me more and more atheist because I see the folklore that is being passed down that where things like how
Christians are kind of big on hell.
No one.
Okay, rather than me, I don't know. I never mean to disrupt that. But Zach, can you explain what Sheol is? SHEO? No.
Yeah. Sheol is like the pit. Might be somewhat correlated to like purgatory, but it's sort of a general going down into the earth upon death. It doesn't necessarily imply punishment or pain, as opposed to Gehenna, which is that reference from the story of the prophet giving the slippery slope argument about not violating the law even a little bit, because then slippery slope, your kids will be dead in a valley. This one in Sheol was more a general kind of underworld. To use like the Greek term, where the souls are just kind of there at the bottom. There is a different idea of sort of like being gathered up by your ancestors, and that's not necessarily in opposition to the Sheol. I'd say the simplest explanation of Sheol is it's a reference to the literal grave, of putting the body down into
Isn't that Isaiah? Isaiah talks about that, right? About the worm and the grave.
Right.
You know, it's weird, Joe, the place that we're talking about is literally right outside the walls of the old city of Jerusalem. It's actually really a beautiful, yeah, it's really a beautiful spot. But that was the ancient hell, that specific area. I think it's Isaiah. Yeah, I think it's Isaiah.
Don't violate even a little bit. Hell awaits.
Yeah, we get it. So I had
Oh, snakes. I'm actually in dialogue.
Fair enough.
If we're going to talk about hell, we're going to talk about sex.
Well, it's cool. I was just speaking on I wasn't talking about any nonsense, Joe. Calm down.
All right.
I don't have
Because
beef
the
with you, bro.
conversion of Sheol is what is in the Testament and New Testament for many believers in Christ, and that we see that in Deuteronomy 32:22, 2 Samuel 22:6, Job 11:8, Psalm 9:17, and Psalm 16:10, Proverbs 15:11, Isaiah 14:9. And this is where references of Sheol, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it is correct, and that is what we translate as hell.
But yeah. So back to what I was gonna say. I get your guys' nuance about hell and whether or not it exists in the old law. I get you guys want to play with that narrative, but it's irrelevant. At the end of the day, right? The Jews had a Messiah. It's in their own prophecy that they will have a Messiah, right? And Christ fulfilled that prophecy.
Oh, is it Isaiah 53? Is it Isaiah 53? Isaiah 53, are you talking about like when all of the goddamn No, that's a truthful theological reading of the Gospels, right? No, you fucking moron. There are Jews that believe. There are Jews that actually believe
so he stops crashing out, jumping out. All right, thank you, Marshall. Okay, so okay, um, again,
Is this Isaiah 53 argument? Yes or no?
you don't want to have a conversation. That's
Is it yes or no? I'll shut up whether you yes or no.
You're tripping out, brother.
Okay, is it yes or no? I'll shut up.
Can you stop yelling at me, dude?
I will. But is it yes or
yelling
no?
at
Is
me.
this
Stop.
Isaiah 53
Shut the
argument?
fuck up, bro. God damn it.
Just stop yelling, dude. You're yelling at me.
You're going to the fucking audience because you're a goddamn low IQ redneck chimp. Now, what I'm asking, does it have to do with Isaiah 53? I'm asking you calmly in a non-screaming voice. Why won't you answer that?
Listen, I'm not gonna pretend to be a Jew that's interpreting the Old Testament, okay? But based on my observations, personally, as a man who has lived for years, okay, there is prophecy that they called it Emmanuel, right? Which would mean I don't know what the rough translation is, but that was the original name of Christ, okay, in the Old Testament, was Emmanuel. That is what they're talking about when they say Messiah, right? And some Jews, yes, believe that it has yet to come. But the point I was trying to make is that Christ is the Messiah, okay? He is Emmanuel. That's my point. And the Jews deny it. And regardless of whether or not you want to practice the old ways or not, if you don't believe in Christ, you don't go to heaven. As simple as. It's not like putting all this nuance in.
Well, what's heaven to you? What's heaven?
Hold on.
No, Snake. Well, you just said I'm not going to go to heaven. What's heaven? What do you think heaven is?
Okay, I will answer that question after I land my plane. Just give me 5 seconds, okay? Okay, so you interrupted me, okay? And now, you know what? I can't answer it because I literally lost my train of thought.
It's a tough one. Yeah.
Oh, no, I got it. Okay, so I'm basically a knuckle-dragging caveman, okay? You can call me low IQ, whatever.
We don't disagree yet.
Okay, that's fine, but stop interrupting me, dude. Can you please? Like, I'm just trying to finish my thought here, okay? Do you mind? Alright, so I'm basically a knuckle-dragging caveman. I'm not like high IQ or anything, okay? But definitely not as high IQ as you guys. But I feel like some of you people, right, are putting way too much nuance into stuff. Some things are very simple. Some things are black and white. Some things are good and evil, okay? You don't have to put all this nuance into things. It's very cut and dry, okay? So, there is a Messiah, alright? You either believe in him or don't. If you don't, right, you don't believe in Christ, you go to hell. If you do, you go to heaven because he's the only way to heaven. Now, all that nuance about
You said 5 seconds. I'm not doing a trick, sweetheart. I'm not doing a trick. You just said you're going. You just told me I'll never go to heaven. I asked you what's heaven. Define heaven.
She's tricking you. She's doing her Jewish tricks on you. Just ignore her.
Exactly.
That's not a Jewish trick. That's a goddamn question. And if you can't cope with it, you're
Marshall,
nothing
stop
else.
your goddamn Jewish tricks. You goddamn Shabbos boy. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, but
Can I ask Abby a question?
Of course, Anne. And
Stop with the Jewish interference. We need to let this.
Oh, shut the fuck up. It's unhelpful.
He's being crucified. He's being crucified by the Jews.
So what?
oh my God, stop.
and then at some point, Anne, can we pivot to Michigan politics when this is over? I do have a question.
Yeah, so I'm curious. I know that I've asked that this in the past. So do you think that there is a chance that Jesus will reject that wholeheartedly that he is Messiah?
I don't know enough about Jesus, I'm being honest with you. I've never really studied it. I mean, I think I read some of the New Testament when I went up to the Sea of Galilee. I went to Peter's house and I was curious and wanted to learn about that, the character of Peter. But I'm not schooled enough in it, so I'm not able to really answer you. But I believe that there was someone who existed who was probably a rabbi, and just as we have different schools of thought, just based on how the religion is, there's so many opinions and so many different ways. And when you study Judaism, you study so many different. I mean, that's the whole basis, like of how we have our critical thinking, because there's so many different opinions and approaches to the religion. So there clearly, to me, that I just looking at it as someone who doesn't have knowledge of the spiritualness or understanding Christianity, I believe that someone must have lived then, came from a Jewish mother um, and a Jewish family that probably became a teacher and a rabbi at the time. That's as much as I know. But do I believe in terms of God? In terms of God, we are taught that there's one God, and we call Hashem because we don't say the name.
You guys don't even spell it. Jews are really weird.
We do. I mean, there's lots of ways. By the way, Pepe, I can spell it about 6 different ways because in Hebrew there's different ways to spell it, and in English, I mean, the way we transliterate it. But it makes sense, and you're so much smarter on this than I am. So, but yeah, Mixed knows this a lot better than I do. I believe that I believe in also the fact that Josephus wrote about that time, the Roman um, author and historian. Yeah, I mean, I believe that something, right? I believe that something occurred. I'm not one of these people that denies existence at all. I don't know enough about it, and I apologize to that extent. I probably do need to read more of understanding Christian scripture. Again, I read it. As I travel in holy places in Israel, I always want to get context as to what happened in those places.
I'll send you some plenty.
So I don't know if that answers you, but I was taught and under the Testament, obviously the first, our 10 Commandments is have one God. So I don't know, Mixed, can you shed better light on this and answer this better than I?
On which?
I mean,
Exactly. Let me before when I asked you before, from what I was told, that would be well, you backed up with what you believe to be true, but you said that there was no way that Jesus was God, from what I remember.
She's a fucking Jew.
Hello, what's your name? Is that?
She's a Jew. They don't believe Jesus is God. Like that is one of the most fundamental differences between our religions. It's just retarded.
You're texting to me out of your ear. That's not what I had asked her. Okay, go ahead.
Goddamn, it's the dumbest question I've ever heard.
actually not a dumb question. It's a natural question that a Christian normally would ask a Jewish person. I understand the question, and I'm not offended by the question at all. I mean, go ahead, makes sense.
Well, yeah, I don't think Jesus is God. But I do have a question for the Christians about Snake's estimation that he's just a Messiah. Would that also exclude him from heaven? Like, if a guy, let me put it this way, if a person, Jewish, non-Jewish, whatever, wants to follow in the teachings of Jesus, but does not believe that Jesus is any type of deity, I think under Christian doctrine, that's rejection of Jesus, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, that's it.
Yeah, it is. It's no.
Trying to say that in the Old Testament, there was a discussion of a Messiah who was named Emmanuel. And yes, of course, Christ is the Son of God.
That doesn't sound like the prophecy then, right?
You guys have interrupted me every time I speak. Please, can I please finish what I'm saying? This is like the fourth time I've spoken, right? I'm really quiet. I barely talk. You guys talk way too much, and then when I speak,
Yeah, go ahead. You know what? I'll mute anybody who interrupts you. Just go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to
Messiah that was going to be named Emmanuel who would come and be like the King of Jews or whatever. And all right, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, now yes, in the New Testament it goes into more nuance about him being the Son of God, right? But at the end of the day, there was a Messiah in the Old Testament, right?
Snake, I'm not interrupting you. I'm trying to help you on this. It's many times in the Old Testament.
When they're talking about Emmanuel, is Christ, the Son of
There's
God.
many times
So
in the Old Testament, not just Emmanuel.
Hold on, let him finish. Let him finish. I would have butted in too, but hold on, let him finish.
I personally never said Christ was not the Son of God. So I disavow that assertion that you made.
Okay, finish your goddamn point. Finish your fucking point. Just don't address her. Just finish your fucking point.
Well, that's my point. Is you're adding things to what I said.
Jesus Christ, you're
Do you know how many times the Messianic age is referred to in the Old Testament, Snake? Do you know how many times? Yeah. Well, because I don't know how you dialogue. I don't know what you do for a living, but when you dialogue, you have a dialogue back and forth. And when you say something, no, because Snake, when you say something, you have to define what you say. And if you don't define it, it's.
Hold on. If I tell you you have to drink water or you die, and you're like, well, what's water?
No, but you said won't go to heaven. I'm asking you what's heaven. Define heaven, where I can't go. You just told me I can't go to this place. What's heaven? What is it?
Well, to be fair, Christians have a view of heaven that I don't know that it's irrelevant.
How's it irrelevant? You just told me I can't go there. What is it that I can't go to?
Water is you just drink it or you die.
That's water. By the way, you're not pronouncing it properly.
They're not going to go to the afterlife with Christians, and she's asking you why not. You won't answer.
Excuse me, but it's water for those of us from Philly, not water. Water.
What water is
Water.
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 No one cares, right? Exactly.
What's heaven?
I don't even think you could. You can't with the words we have right now.
Okay, but Sid, you're going to have to deal with this level of Ashkenazi Jewish.
This is the problem.
Oh,
You have to ask me a question. It's not that fucking.
Asking a question. You told me I can't go to heaven. I said, what's heaven? Define it. Where is it defined? Why can't I go there? What is it? What is it?
Water or you die.
No, what's heaven?
Water.
But what's heaven?
Well, she just wants you to describe it.
Where is
It's not that
it
difficult
in
if you're
the
practicing
Torah?
Christian.
Where is it in the New Testament? Anne knows this a little bit. Or Joe, where is the
Not know the
reference to
scripture
heaven?
well enough to answer her questions, so I need to pull up my Bible.
Heaven is a place where Catholic people get to go when they die, and nobody else gets to go there. That's the definition of heaven. That's the no, you goddamn sodomite! Shut up, you fucking sinning piece of shit. Okay, if you are not a Catholic, you're going to hell. You're gonna burn for eternity. Okay, like the dirty sodomite you are.
Just as long as there are no Catholics there, I'll be okay.
Catholic doctrine.
Yeah, they'll all be in heaven. So you'll love hell.
Most of you are Jews, let's be honest.
I'm a Presbyterian, not a Jew.
Like in all due respect, you never answered anything.
It doesn't matter, dude. Joe, if I tell you, right?
That wasn't for you to start talking.
What's water?
You
What
talk.
does that have to do with anything, Joe? What is
Not
the
even.
definition
Listen.
of water?
So let's talk about Catholic. I'm gonna address Catholic doctrine with Pepe.
Yeah,
No, I'm gonna
exactly.
address
You want to add
doctrine
nuance
with Pepe.
where there is no nuance. You drink the water or you die. And you're like, well, gee whiz, what is water? It doesn't fucking matter, Joe.
Okay, so Pepe, if someone commits suicide, Catholic priest will still
Bless them and give them a funeral.
still gives them the funeral, and we still bury them. And it's because even Catholic priests don't believe that they can play God and determine who goes to heaven and who does not. That's why my answer to Manfinity was earlier the same well. So my answer to McZed would be the thing is that if you were to pick up and read the teachings of Jesus, believe, and what we believe is that salvation is through Jesus Christ, and the only way to know God the Father is through Jesus. However, that doesn't prevent you from reading his teachings. They're wonderful things. You should pick them up and read them.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I wasn't debating that point. I just.
The Messiah is mentioned, the Messianic age, the Messiah is mentioned throughout the Torah, like in many places. And many of the prophets mention it. I mean, it's in Isaiah, it's in Jeremiah, it's in Ezekiel, it's in Amos, it's in Joel, it's in Hosea. I mean, there's references throughout. It's in Deuteronomy. I mean, it's in Bamidbar. I mean, it's throughout the Bible. It's in Genesis. I mean, I don't know, this Emmanuel you're talking about, because it's all over and it's mentioned, and it's in prayers.
Can I ask a
Yeah,
question?
it's one prophecy. So Snake, I don't know what your issue is, but we exist. We have existed for a pretty fucking long time, and we don't. And heaven. It's so interesting. You're talking. He's very afraid. Is it God Eden?
He thinks
Where
you're
is
going
he
to starve
telling?
to death
So,
without his.
so do you think I can't go to Gan Eden when I die? Do you know? So
Yes,
Snake,
he does
Snake.
think
He's
that.
trying to save you, Abby. He just said it. He's trying to save you.
You're doing a shitty job of trying to do it.
Doing a shitty job.
You're failing.
If you're
I'll tell you what you can do, Snake. Give me.
Failure is like the man got you like.
Everybody shut up. Let Abby speak. Everybody shut up while Abby speaks.
I would like a blessing so that I can win the next time I play at the slots. Will you do that for me, or tell me? Yeah, give me
That's
some.
so sinful. You're going to hell, Abby.
Yes, I'm going to
You
help.
can't do that.
However, it's an interesting thing because we believe in Gan Eden and the Garden of Eden, and we believe also what you don't know, or maybe you do know about the righteous souls, and our belief that there's a certain amount of righteous souls, and when you die, your soul goes, and Mixed is much better to explain how the righteous soul works. But your soul descends or ascends, and the souls come back to earth within other people. And we believe in this concept of righteous soul. And what is it? The nefesh? Is that Mixed? My
Well,
I'm
yeah,
probably
it sounds like
butchering
you're
this.
referencing Gilgal Neshama.
Yes. So we have beliefs about death also different than it sounds like your belief with death, although you never really described. That's why I asked you what heaven is to you, because I know what heaven is for
He can
us.
describe it to you. He knows what heaven is like. He's been there.
Okay, so we said before you do Snake and Snake and Snake, it's good to be able to dialogue when you say something to just define it. That's why I was trying to understand. You said I can't go somewhere, but in my religion, my soul, I believe that my soul will go to a place,
You will.
and that's where what we believe in. We actually there are some Jews that believe in the afterlife as well. It's more kabbalistic. But Mick said, how does the righteous soul? It's like 3,500 or something. How's that?
Well, you're referencing the Gilgal Neshama, which
Yes.
is a debated concept that some people hold by reincarnation, which would be souls returning. And I think only the human bodies to engage in more like
Righteous.
mitzvahs.
Right.
Yeah.
This is bullshit.
But
Heaven
no,
is Jew
because
free.
because that's the whole point. There's so many points of view. There's so many ways that it gets interpreted, and that's a big component of the religion. That there's just so many different interpretations of it, and discussions. And the Talmud is full of just discussions on trying to rip it apart in 20 different ways. One sentence can be looked at.
Books about two Jews arguing. I know all about the Talmud.
No, I don't know that you. I don't. Snake.
Answer your question, please, Abby.
I'm not done, but go ahead. You
Okay.
can.
Yeah. I just first of all, I'd like to go ahead and apologize. I have brain damage. Okay, so when you interrupt me, it makes me lose my train of thought. I was involved in a vehicle explosion, right? I had
You don't get your backstory. Just go ahead.
and as a result, right, I have brain damage. Okay, so if I'm talking and you interrupt me, it loses my train of thought, right? So that's why I had to repeat myself multiple times because I'm trying to land the plane, right? And you're just like, hey, you can't land here. Now, as for your question, okay, what is heaven? Heaven is the kingdom of God, okay? Now, what does it look like? I don't know. I've never been there.
No
despite
Jews,
what it says,
nothing.
okay?
Super
Now,
nice.
I'd also like to say, right,
answer for me. I'm a conservative Jew. I grew up
Okay, so
completely
you're the
conservative, and I
well,
still, I'm a what one?
uh,
What did you say?
well, there's two different types of Jews.
No,
Yeah, there's more than
there's actually
Is
many
any of them
types. No, it is not. No,
Catholic?
snake. So you don't get to tell me what I am. I hate to break the news to you. You don't get to define me or define my religion. But there's actually, in terms of the movements of modern Judaism, there's Reformed, there's Conservative, which is the Jewish Theological Seminary out of in New York, and there is
The
Orthodox.
one that had tunnels and
Yeah.
gates and that. Yeah, I got
Excuse
that. I
me,
don't
we
like
have no
that.
tunnels at the
Yes,
JTS.
yes, you do.
No, the
And
Jewish Theological Seminary is conservative Judaism. Pepe, you wanna, someone wanna tell,
it's not women in the tunnel.
snake.
now,
You're
now
losing
you're,
it.
now you're
Pause
like
for a
just doing
moment,
moron
breathe,
brain
and
damage.
realize that you're
Your
arguing
brain
with a
damage.
man who has confessed to you his brain damage.
So the conservative movement, which is a pretty large movement, is something in between Reform and Orthodox. Then there are the Orthodox. There are many levels of Orthodox. There's modern Orthodox. There's actually conservadox. There's also something called the Reconstructionists, which is another form, and they have their own rabbinical schools and synagogues all over the world. And you have in Orthodoxy, you have the Lubavitch, you have the Satmar. I mean, there's many different sects within Orthodoxy as well. However, I practice, sweetie, I practice one of the biggest ones, which is conservative, which is we are probably to you not as observant as you see the people that are dressed in black hats or in religious garb. We don't do that. Some of us men will wear a yarmulke on their heads. Some do not. Some of us keep kosher. Some of us don't keep kosher. It's a mix in conservative. Our prayer book is half in Hebrew and half in English. We pray half in Hebrew, half in English. Um, some people keep the Sabbath, some people don't. But I don't know what city you're in, but there's a good chance the bigger synagogues in your city are conservative ones that was more popular. Now the Reform seems to be the bigger temples. But I don't know anything about tunnels. There's some tunnels in my synagogue. There's barely parking spots on the holidays, and no, we don't have tunnels in the conservative temples. So that's to answer you.
You're
No.
right. There is a lot more than just two sides to the coin.
Yes,
But,
there's a
but-
lot
but-
more, and
Yeah,
it's
correct,
based
correct.
on it's based on the universities that the rabbis come from, the seminaries. Just like in Christianity, you have seminaries, right? Where you learn to be a priest, right? Or you go to divinity school. So we have divinity schools, and there's different schools of teaching it. So in the United States, the three biggest are the Reformed, the Conservative, and the Orthodox, and now Reconstructionists is kind of gaining some steam. Those are the leading ones.
I kind of lump the conservatives with the Orthodox.
So we're not even close.
Yeah, I understand that. I apologize. I probably shouldn't do that, but I'm conscious of this. So I sincerely apologize for lumping.
Yeah.
So sorry. Hello? What?
Mexed is much more religious than I am. Mexed, are you
Wait,
Orthodox?
what did
Are you
you say?
Orthodox?
Yeah, I'm Orthodox.
He's Orthodox.
I'm sorry, someone said something to me. I didn't hear. What did you say?
Asshole, and I said I'd work on that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to, but you guys are very abusive, so, I mean, I'm doing the best I can.
Don't blame others for your shortcomings.
What state are you in? Snake, where do you live? Snake, where do you live? Hold on. Let's get context here. Snake, where do you live?
Okay, you want to dox me. My address is
I
400
don't.
Delma Street, Broken Bow, Nebraska, 68822.
I have no idea. I could care less about doxing. I just asked you what,
Reaction.
sweetheart, I just asked you what city you're in so I can tell you what the temple, oh boy, and you have brain damage and you own a firearm?
Yes, I do own a firearm, right? And
Yes,
I
so,
will
So you're in Nebraska.
Hold on, I will.
You're in
I'm not trying to scare you. I'm saying I'm kill anyone.
Damn right.
Just letting you know.
Well, okay, but in the meantime, if you're in Nebraska, no, you won't be hurting me. Don't worry, I'm not concerned about you. No, I don't want to know your address. I asked what state. Did anyone else hear me? I just said what state.
She didn't ask what address you were
I
at.
just asked what state so I could tell you what fucking synagogues are around
Just
here.
talk less and listen more so that you're responding to what people
Okay,
actually ask.
so
Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Okay. Anyway, I was learning something from Joe and Ann. I would like to go back to what they were saying.
Y'all were talking about in Judaism that there are different, in Catholic religion, there's also different orders that our priests study under, and then that ends up leading to the type of work that they do.
You mean like Franciscan, Augustine, like that kind of? You're talking about that? Oh.
Correct. The Benedictines, the Cistercians, the Franciscans, the Dominicans. I go to a parish that is ran by a Dominican, and there is a lot of differences depending on how they kind of. The Dominicans are slightly more conservative compared to some of the other ones, like the Jesuits. The Jesuits are the ones everyone talks about. They're the more liberal.
They the more liberal? I never knew that.
I never took them as liberal.
Yeah,
Unless it's just intellectual.
they're the social workers, the educators, the social workers.
Universities, a lot of them are Jesuit, and I know I grew up by Villanova, which I think is Augustine, maybe.
Exactly. So we'll tend to find that. Yeah, we'll tend to find that there'll be a conservative liberal split in some quarters with how to run the church.
Yeah, I mean, that's so much as of what's in the divinity school, that will define how the practices are. But, when you get certification to be a rabbi, I think, the Harvard Divinity School, I mean, do they just teach religion, or do you leave there with an actual, can you then go into a church after you leave that school? I never knew that, like, when it's affiliated with the university. When you,
I don't think any of us went to Harvard.
no, but I'm thinking Princeton, I think, has a divinity school too, but I know Harvard has a very famous one. But I don't know what you leave with, whether you can then just walk into, a congregation, or it's just a study of religion. Is it? Okay.
Topics to politics.
Can we move to politics, guys, please?
Now that Dave Nav's here.
Yeah.
And no final time.
I have something to talk to Nav. I've been wanting to say to him. So I saw today, I heard rumors of this, of a redistricting in Pennsylvania that's going to knock out like 4 D districts. Have you seen this? I can put it.
Yeah, but Shapiro's gonna knock it out. Shapiro's gonna get rid of it.
So, I mean, he'll veto it.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I was like really excited about it, but they don't have enough to override his veto?
No, but they're gonna try to go to the court, but remember, the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania is,
Yeah, it's liberal.
it's like 7-1 or something. But I just wanna say, I think Nassau's gonna lose, so that should be good.
God, I hope so. What a problem he
Well,
is
hold on,
for the
watch
party.
this, right? I wanna say this, right? Look at the crosstabs on the recent Richard Barris poll, big data poll. It's all over Shitter everywhere. Okay, you can see it. So on the recent poll, it shows that Steve is actually +7 with Jewish in his district. But I thought, or at least the narrative on Twitter, is that $32 million has been invested by pro-Israel people to take him down. And Massey has no Israel money except he gets a ton of money from the guy
pro-Jew. They want all the Jewish people to be
There's no Jewish money going into Massey. Naveen, there's no Jewish
Well, this
money
is
going
Jeff
nowhere.
Yank's guy who's
Yeah, it's not. But in terms of,
there's no
Trump gave an edict. Trump gave I mean, separate from what AIPAC does, which is bipartisan stuff. But he gave an edict to us. And I mean, I personally, not a lot. I think I have to look. 1,000, 2,000 I gave to the guy running against him. I saw him present conference. But we all got phone calls like this was an edict, clearly to put money in that campaign. I don't know of any money going into Massey.
No, but Massey's getting this JFS one, but it's very little. But the point of it is, I'm not saying he's going to be a Jewish, but all I'm saying is that the narrative is that they want the Jewish vote. Why are, if you look at the crosstabs, it looks like he plus 7 with the Jewish vote in his district, plus 4, plus 7, something like that. Well, no, but I'm just saying that's what the crosstabs are saying. And that's because the younger people that identify as Jewish, many of them are kind of, agnostic and all that, because he's getting the young vote in his district. The problem is in his district, you're filled with old hags like Mitch McConnell and other people like that who don't want to vote for him moving forward because they support Israel, they support what the president's doing. So he's either going to get annihilated or it's going to be a very, very close election.
Define the district a little bit. Like what? So what's there? Like what's the urban area there? Is there a school there?
I think there's a school, don't know.
I mean, that could be some of the issue, but I can't imagine, and I don't know. Actually, now that you're telling me this, and I'm in Washington, I am going to ask the question tomorrow morning what the polling looks like with respect to the community. But there's so much national money going into that race. It's not just our issues. So much Republican money going in because of such
I figured it out. So KY4, I've been to this area too. This is the area of the Ohio River. It's a part of Connecticut, Cincinnati, like Covington, Florence, Newport, right at those areas of the eastern suburbs of Louisville. It's right where, I think, like right by the Red Stadium. Okay? It's considered the richest congressional district in Kentucky. It features a mix of suburban and industrial cities. So programs managed by the University of Kentucky for use those Kentucky, that's why it's a big university.
Well, that's University of Kentucky, so that's interesting. That and the guy that was on the Apple a bunch, Lincoln, that's where he's based. I didn't think Massey was his congressional, but maybe I can't imagine that there's much support.
He got rid of Cassidy, which is good.
That was great.
Cassidy's out. You got this guy who's going to be out. And then hopefully we get rid of Cornyn. And Cornyn's out. Then we get Paxton. And, we'll be, moving forward.
I don't think Paxton wins that. You want to?
Can't win. Paxton's the win. Trust me.
You think so?
Yeah. I feel it with Paxton.
How's he polling?
Well, I think the polling is nearly tied. I think the problem is Cornyn has been kissing Trump's ass. And, what I understand is Stephen Miller basically called Cornyn and said, hey, Cornyn, call your good friend to tell him to pass the Safe America Act. So Cornyn starts putting out these tweets. I'm all for it. We must pass it. And then behind the scenes goes, hey, wait till after the primary. Let's see what happens. So Cornyn's one of those Bushite type guys, so he's not pushing it, but trying to get Trump and others to think he's on board with it, so he endorses him. And actually, Trump was close to endorsing Cornyn about 2-3 weeks ago. And then Paxton team went nuts and started showing that he wasn't in action. Paxton put out a statement saying, if the Senate passes Safe America Act, I will resign from running. Should read that.
Wow. And my concern is Michigan. That's why I'm always bugging down about this and what the latest numbers are. I just am praying about Michigan.
Well, I'm hoping Mr. Rogers' neighborhood comes through.
I mean, that's the thing. And what are you seeing on advertising? advertising and everything for him? Are you seeing a lot?
I don't know which Ann,
No.
we're both from Michigan.
Oh, you're both from Michigan.
Yeah, I don't really say randomly.
You both can answer the question.
I haven't been seeing ads of any kind, really.
Are you seeing anything for this doctor? Abdul or whatever his name is?
No.
He's getting a shit ton of money though, Abby.
No, he's getting a shit ton of money. That's why I'm curious what they're
Well,
seeing
this
there.
doctor, this Muslim doctor is getting all the, Rashida Tlaib type people, the Ilhan Omar type people that are there. Remember, just to be clear, and Joe, because I had a big discussion with Joe on this before I spoke to him off the app. Very important. Trump in the 2024 election made a coalition with Muslims in Michigan that helped him win.
Yeah,
And that
because he has the
coalition
biggest
was like,
population of Muslims.
yeah, right.
And yeah.
He made a huge coalition with them, and they actually came out and endorsed him. And Kamala was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And came out and did that, and she wasn't able to get there because she was playing both sides, and Trump was trying to. And though Trump was clear that Jerusalem is the capital and all that stuff, he still said, "Hey, I'll work with you on this." He made certain things. He made certain concessions, whereas looked like Kamala was flipping on both sides, and so they were willing to go with him on it. Now they may not like him. Now they're kind of like, he's kind of iffy, and they don't really like Trump so much right now. So
Those protests I've seen, those like you're a traitor, we can help you get into office, that kind of vibe. Or yeah, like I've seen that stuff.
Yeah. Are you seeing ads for him at all?
No, but I don't know what the story you're
Okay, so these will be ads for the Senate race for the primary.
No, I have not seen any ads. All I hear about is the guy who's the Republican from Louisiana, like that went down today that he lost.
No, but I'm talking about
Yeah.
like promotional ads.
I have not seen anything. No, but I'm right in Wayne County, right by Dearborn and everything. Like no, I haven't seen
Do
anything.
you watch TV?
Not like live local that much.
Okay,
No.
so maybe that's why.
Yeah.
Brings up a good question. How effective will running ads on local television, 50% of the households now are streamers, affect future elections? Because what I see the Republican Party primarily doing with all this ad buy spending is trying to target American voters who are going back through the rest.
That's who's watching local news, Joe. Like the ads, the local news stations, they stay alive during election cycles. That's what they're getting in revenue from it. But you're right. Like, who's it reaching?
Well, you guys, I'm embarrassed to say I didn't even know that like we have an election going on in Michigan. I'm embarrassed, but I didn't.
this Abdul Sayed is the perfect setup for the Democratic Party to make it possible. Just to he's running videos on like the Stevens they're willing to call out any ties to terrorism, although they want the group, they're unwilling to do all that stuff, right? If he ends up going one-on-one with Mike Rogers had that national security job, so he'll talk about this something, he'll end up in a referendum, and you'll end up with all the minorities kind of, going on. So that's the Democrats' playbook. So they're pumping money via their PACs, they're pumping money to this Abdul guy. And that's mainly because Amy Klobuchar, not Amy Klobuchar, I'm sorry, what's her name? One of the other senators resigned, right? That's why this opening is there. Right? He's running for governor, I guess, right?
Which one?
For the Michigan senator.
Oh.
Because the incumbent's not running.
The incumbent's not running. Oh, you mean on this seat? Yeah.
Yeah, Slotkin, right? She's running for governor, I think.
No.
Right?
Slotkin just won Senate.
So, it's Gary Peters then?
And the other.
I don't know.
No, and
Ann with the red hat.
and we had all these questions. All right, start with what you have, Naveen, and then I'll answer.
Yeah, okay, so Gary Peters, I just looked up, he announced he's retiring and will not seek re-election, so it's his seat that's up. So this Abdul guy is probably going to get the
So Anne, my question was, what are you seeing on advertising coming out of Haley Stevens, and what are you seeing for this Abdul? Like, are you seeing a lot of money being spent?
Hey, what about Thomas Massey in Kentucky?
And I was saying, I haven't seen any ads.
How about APAC?
Run away, Anne.
What about APAC controlling my government? We're talking about Andy Hero.
Anne Hero
And would go way more.
I'm trying to ask to Anne Hero.
Who's that?
She left.
Okay.
Hold on,
So
Jojo.
APAC is taking
Hold on, bro. You just come up on stage. They're in the middle of a conversation. Quit interrupting, bro.
my
Look,
fault.
Ann
My
was
fault.
Ann was trying to answer. She kept coming off mic, and no sound was coming out. So I'm guessing she's just resetting her app. But yeah, I mean, back to kind of like what my question was in regards to streaming. I mean, I'm completely decentralized. I hardly see any political ads as they are between podcasts, YouTube, Rumble, Twitter. If the Republican Party, and I know Abby and King, you two are players on this app. The best way I can explain it. That message needs to get out to the GOP. And I don't think the GOP wants to run with the younger generation. I think largely they dismiss the younger generation as that they're not going to show up to the midterm elections anyhow.
No. They are scared right now, from what I've talked to many people, is nobody knew. They're depending on Trump to sell it to the younger generation, because Trump is going to deliver to the younger generation, because the younger generation is saying, well, fuck you, Trump. They're kind of going, well, how do we defend you? We don't even know how to deal with these people. So, you know what, you do it, Trump. And so they're setting it up to blame Trump, that if this doesn't go through, they'll say it's your fault, because they don't want war. They don't want some of the Epstein files became bigger than everything. So they're wanting Trump to sell it. Trump, on the other hand, is like, hey, I've done my part already. All right, it's you guys got to step up and start doing some of this shit. So.
What did he do?
Wait.
Joe, we spend a lot of money on direct digital, targeting.
No. You're obviously
Wait,
smoking
hold
crack.
on.
You're
So,
obviously smoking
trying to
crack,
have a
because the younger
conversation.
generation got Trump in office, and now the younger generation is against Trump because of what he's doing. He's not coming through with all the shit he's
That's what I
saying.
just said.
We're in the middle of a conversation, and clearly they're just trolling. If they come up on stage and right away start talking, in the middle of people talking, because they need attention, don't you?
Joe, what's that?
Joe, listen to this.
I just said.
Listen to this.
Joe, there's a lot of direct digital ads, that are targeting directly. Like I used to get a bunch of texts on your phone, and through your social media. I mean, that's how I know with the last cycle. That's how a lot of money was spent. It was actually, I don't know the percentage it was spent on.
I don't know. I had to wait for them.
Can y'all drop Pierre? He's fucking garbage. Keep Yo-Yo. We'll get to Yo-Yo in a second.
Mod Joe Hero, please.
Pierre is awful. Like he's never been in all week long. Every time he comes up on stage, he just trolls. No, it's cool. I don't need to be mod. They took care of it. Hey, look.
So that's the answer, Joe. There's an extent of it that's direct digital marketing, and you're probably seeing that with respect to your social media. It's going to pop up. It's going to pop up through text messaging. The question is, because it's for a pack to buy a minute on, a local news network. The cost can be sometimes 5 to 6 times the cost of the candidate buying it directly, and so it becomes extremely expensive.
They are spending it on the text messages.
Yeah.
Too many text messages. I think that's going to become a problem. Oh my gosh, the level of text messages that come in, you get $5 to win red. It's like everyone drops off.
I know.
They start spending text
higher under Biden. Did you
No,
complain?
no, the thing is this. I was
Did you
actually able to
complain
get
then?
grants. I was able to get grants on the Biden. It was grants.
Did
It was
you
paid.
complain under Biden what you were paying for gasoline?
No, I did. I did. I'm not a fucking Democrat or liberal. You understand? I'm the one you can't tell me that you like what you can't, right?
I can't tell you what.
You have to think wrong. Because I'm not a Democrat. I'm an independent from the gas. You guys,
The gas prices.
as we are in reality, you know, gas prices were lower in 2014 under Obama. If you want to check the records.
What were your gas prices under Biden?
Prices. I was paying $5.50 for 1 gallon in Columbus, Ohio, which is where I'm from. $5.50 in 2011. You understand what I'm saying? And within 10 years, that same apartment is now worth $1,200.
Well,
And nothing
that kind of happens. It's like, you know, it's the same thing like a chocolate bar. What did you pay for a chocolate bar in 2011, and how much is it today?
Yeah, why though? Let me ask why. Why is
Because
inflation
that's
happening?
kind of
Well,
how
first, at 3.5% by the end of the year.
things don't cost what they used to cost. I mean, it's kind of how
Why are
it is.
conservatives so fiscal? Why are you so fiscally conservative when it comes to a Democrat? When it comes to somebody who's in office, you don't give a fuck. That we're spending $2 billion a day. Is that over 46%? You know that foreign bankruptcies are up 46%.
What's up? What's up? 46%?
Farm bankruptcies. I'm from Ohio. I see this shit happen. These family farms are selling to BlackRock and Bill Gates. Do you want these motherfuckers to own your fucking food and make it?
Where's BlackRock buying farms? Where's BlackRock and Bill Gates buying farms? Where is BlackRock? Where's BlackRock and Bill Gates buying farms? Can you tell me where? Where in Ohio are they buying farms? They're owned by BlackRock? Yep. I'm not reading it. Yep. Can you show it? Do you have receipts on that? Articles to show that they're buying it? No, I just need facts to be.
Are you really a sideshow? Do you really want to know these things? Have you researched any of it?
If someone gives me, I'm going to answer you, yo. If you give me the real estate information, I know how to read it. No, you didn't. So tell me where it is. Cite it for me. Give me an article about it. Show me where they're actively acquiring farmland in the United States. Show me what counties they're acquiring it. I can figure it out once you show it to me. Well, no, I would just go look at the county assessor.
I can give you all the evidence in the world.
Yeah, I would look at the county assessor.
This is
how I am.
You can't help it. The thing is, everything
how I am.
Everything you think is considered fake.
No, nothing. I didn't say fake news.
It is.
Big joke. You want to help me out here, Dean? It's not how it works. Yeah, people do lie. They do lie, right?
Numbers don't.
Right. So if you give me.
We lost 1.1 million jobs.
Joe, whatever your name is, give me the information, and I'll research the county assessor's office and tell you who owns it. So just tell me where it is, and I'll tell you if it's in fact owned by BlackRock or Bill Gates.
Hold on, have you seen that's an incentive. Guarantee your local property tax is gone. Local property tax has nothing to do with it. They always go up. They always fucking go up. What? So I have gas prices, right? You tell me that has nothing to do with it, No, so hold on. Gas prices. Diesel is at $9. Hold on, hold on, Diesel is $9 a gallon. Can I finish? Okay. Thank you. So just to be clear, if you actually did any research, you know, federal gas tax is 35 cents. Okay. The states charge anywhere from 80 to $1, okay, per gallon on your gas. That's the gas tax that your states are charging. And my state is ran by Republicans, so who's taxing? So which state are you in? Who's taxing me that? Who's taxing me? What state are you in? I'm in Ohio.
Hold on, why is he not being removed when he's interrupting someone? I only get removed because I'm black. Y'all racist.
Because you're black. Fuck, look at mine. Translucent, get the fuck out of here. Because that makes sense, bro. The thing is this, though. So Ohio's one of the cheapest. history. So if you look right now, just look it up right now.
While you look that up, the sentiment should be dismissed.
Yes, sir. The hurts. A lot of us who are in the trucking, who are in the industry, who have to drive for a living, that's what hurts. I don't give a fuck what's happening in Lebanon. I don't give a fuck what's happening in Cuba. I don't give a fuck what's happening in Greenland or Venezuela. I care about what's happening here. Why is that attention diverted? Now you make an excuse that's a long term for what? I don't give a fuck. Like, I just think of this. I wanted America first. Take care of us. Take care of your country. Take care of who gives a fuck about what's happening in Venezuela. As harsh as that shit sounds, I just don't care. I'm being honest. I don't care. And all of a sudden, you care about what Venezuelans think. You don't. My thing is, why they don't care about the truckers? Why they don't care about the independent contractors who have to pay so much for diesel now? The independent fishermen who have to pay for so much for diesel to catch these fish now. That is all being bought out by BlackRock, Sandy Vance's company. It's a fact. You can't debate it.
Do you
China has bought
know,
more land. Why is China buying so much military base?
it's
Why
a
is
national,
China buying
they're
so much
not,
land
they're
near
not,
military
there's, oh
base? It's a
Jesus.
fact.
Can someone mute him for a second?
Oh,
Do
but
you know
why?
what the National Farm Security Action Plan is? Have you ever heard of
I
that?
have. How does it help farmers? Don't put them in that
It
predicament.
stops the farm.
Don't put them in that predicament.
Oh my God, can I
Don't
answer
put them
you?
in a predicament.
You know what the act is? What is the Security Action Plan? You tell me. What do you think it is?
Why is he's interrupting?
Oh, the thing is this, right?
You know what it is? You just said you know what the National Farm Security Action Plan is. So you tell me, what is it? Or you go Google it. And
She
then
don't
answer.
know. Don't let that white ass girl tell you that shit. She don't even know it herself.
The sentiment, though, he has really genuine sentiment. This is an issue that Republicans are going to face. I don't think we can just dismiss it.
I agree, but I'm trying to answer him on the fact that he's buying up the land.
Listen, I'm 30 minutes away.
The Trump administration, through the National Farm Security Action Plan, banning foreign adversaries, particularly Chinese, from purchasing up the U.S. agricultural land. The initiative is focusing on reclaiming existing foreign-owned land and tightening up so that it's America first and the purchasers of the land. So I'm trying to find out how much BlackRock has bought, because that's what you're saying. But with respect to foreign purchases, buying up farmland, we actually stopped that, and Trump put
It
this plan
doesn't
in.
matter because all that shit got asbestos. All that shit got asbestos and all that bullshit anyway.
Hold on.
Okay. Look, it was just a small bullet point of Yo's general sentiment of, he supported America first. He cares more about local issues than he cares about Venezuela, foreign issues, things like
Damn,
that.
well, he got someone tied up in his basement.
So I think this is like the major sentiment that many younger voters that did support Donald Trump are faced with. And the issue is not that they're going to go vote Democrat. They're just not going to go and vote. And the Republican Party really has not delivered major wins that affect the younger generation to be able to build prosperity. The gas going up increases pricing across the board for all sorts of items. We're seeing it. We're seeing it quickly. I think Trump knows this too. I don't know if the Republicans knew it, but they're finding out now that the sentiment's low.
I just looked it up, and I see BlackRock doesn't
Weird ass sitting in his
directly
basement
buy,
dungeon. Like,
own,
he just
manage
said to say
land
nothing.
swaps
He literally just said a lot to say nothing.
BlackRock does not directly buy, own, manage large swaths of physical. I'm answering Yo, looking this up. BlackRock isn't managing large swaths of physical farmland. The asset manager historically had launched agricultural-focused investment funds. Its modern strategy generally focuses on broad market investments and indirect financial exposure to the agricultural sector. So they're not buying up. So meaning agribusiness.
Let's put a bow on it.
I'm answering them. look up Bill Gates yet, but I looked up BlackRock for you.
Well, I mean, Bill
Thank God
Gates.
Abby's
oh my
back.
gosh, Abby, my phone died.
Okay.
My question is, Abby, do you feel
And I've
uncomfortable?
been trying to get an answer.
But I'm saying, let me ask
Thank
you
God
this.
you're back.
Who's talking?
Okay, Ann,
Yes, ma'am.
what are you seeing? Can we go back to Michigan now, guys? What are you seeing in advertising for Haley Stevens and this Abdul guy? Are you seeing a lot of billboards? Are you seeing commercials?
Abdul, yes. If you Public is Harry Johnson, like it is true Harry Johnson and Muslim whatsoever. Like so much fun, like fan service. Abdul is that basically describing that stuff so stuff but but Johnson Tyson, is running in current John Jane right now holds her like neck and neck. So it looks like
What about
and then
Haley Stevens? Are you seeing ads and stuff?
nothing.
Really? Okay, so a lot of money that went into her campaign. So that's
And then Mike Rogers, I don't know what the game was talking about. Mike Rogers, it's like it's like neck and neck. It's like 43, 46% or something like that with the Democrat.
No, with the Democrat, a normal Democrat it is, but the Democrats are banking on this Abdul guy winning, using the Muslim vote, and to try to talk about how Republicans are killing Muslims and look at what Trump is doing with Iran and trying to get the vote that way.
And I could, well, I'm sure, but like I will say that Mike Rogers is bullshit. Like that is like not even a question. Like I bet my bottom dollar on him. Absolutely. Like absolutely Abdul will not have. So besides Dearborn, um, I mean everyone else should be voting for Mike Rogers. They, like very small population in comparison to the rest of Michigan. And the others, like as far as Wayne County and stuff, they what do you call the others? The majority of the people in Detroit, they usually don't vote in the majority. I don't know. You guys know the majority now. Michigan State and other
you gotta have a lot of the rurals and the Grand Rapids people come out. I mean,
well, the Grand Rapids folks are Gretchen Whitmer's voters. So whoever Gretchen Whitmer is,
probably Stevens, right? Where's
she's dealing with a whole bunch of other stuff with that allegation of one of her friends. And it's, yeah, so I'm gonna have to see. She doesn't really, yeah, that's kind of what's going on right now. Is the indictments on one of her closest friends, who's laundering money. So I haven't heard her say anything about like, I just know that she's gonna be running for something like president. She talks about that. But I don't know. And I know that Trump speaks very highly of Mike Rogers, and I know that Stephen has pretty much endorsed him, but not endorsed him. But
has Lotkin made a comment at all on this race? On Stevens or on this doctor?
No, but she's pretty close to
I
the
don't follow
doctor. They
anything
want
about
the
that.
doctor to win.
Wait, what'd you say?
So Stevens is somebody who's very close to a lot of them, but people want the doctor to win because they you can pull off another Mamdani. Plus, in the Iran war, you have the young people that don't want war, all that stuff that this guy can
to vote.
I know, but Betsy DeVos is his, like, I don't know, money talk, and I have always supported him. I mean, I sat next to him at the Trump rally, and I've always supported him. This time around, he's like, seems like he is, yeah, like, he works for Betsy DeVos. That's what it seems like to me, and I just don't like that.
Works for who?
The DeVos family, Betsy DeVos.
That's the Amway family.
Yeah. You know about Betsy DeVos,
She was the education secretary.
the what?
Education secretary in the first term. I got my answer, thank you.
Okay, so today on Sunday morning, Fox News, Attorney General Todd Blanche was interviewed, and he discusses that there is tons of evidence that the 2020 election was rigged. American people will learn about what we uncovered. Those were his statements. And I warned about this at the beginning of last week, saying that it's going to come out. Curious what information it will be. Hopefully it's not a nothing burger. Let me tell you what, this better be what helps the Republicans get some enthusiasm.
Exactly, Joe.
Go ahead, man.
I was just going to say, they better hope that it is a nothing burger for the other group, because this could just rearrange the deck forever. I don't even know, you know?
I mean,
When is Schiff going to be in handcuffs?
what we talked about a month or two ago about, because I go back all the way to the very first time that when the Epstein messaging rolled out. You remember last year, this was last summer, and we were in a very small room, it was just me and you, I think, maybe a couple others. And I was like, Matt, this isn't good. The message is off right now. Do you remember that conversation?
Of course, we had a very good conversation about we needed to change the direction of various things.
Like I've been waving the flag on some of the messaging and things like that. Well, a month or two ago, me and Matt talked, and he asked me when you think needs to happen. I said, bro, they need to just start arresting people. I don't even care about convictions. There needs to be, they need to pile it on. And you got a friend, I know it's awful, but damn, Trump's been painted into the corner. Like it or not, it's polling-wise, it's not a popular war. Okay, and the oil price, the price at the gas tank. Younger people aren't liking it, man. The non-Fox News viewing demographic does not like what's going on. The dude thinks he knows. And look, I'm just saying, the only thing that's going to be able to turn this enthusiasm around is if they really do have a treasure trove, and knowing the Republicans, now that they're in power, will they be able to release it without having all the October surprise or whatever? Will they be able to release it without all the censorship? Because that's what we dealt with in 2020. We had it lined up. We would have been able to put a stake in their heart with the Hunter Biden stuff. Because how could you explain 80 million people who voted and the Hunter Biden stuff's not getting suppressed?
Well, I was going to mention, you bring up a good point, because this time around we own X. We didn't own that the last time around. So we have some budget revenues we built to like decimate, disseminate this message
surprise. We need to have a June, a July, August, September, October surprise. We need to have each month, if we can get it bi-weekly, issues coming out framing the Democrats and their corruption, because that may be the only argument that is able to get enough people enthusiastic to go back to the polls and vote for the Republican.
And maybe, perhaps, and this is very optimistic, not knowing how the other side is pretty much entrenched, it could loosen up a few people if the evidence is really solid that their side really is some fuckery. I mean, I don't think anybody likes that kind of shit. I mean, if the Republicans did what I think the Democrats did, I'd be like done with the party. So you never know. That's like a big ask, but I would, anything's possible if it's really that bad. I mean, if it's shown on paper that there are people working with various entities to manipulate our voting, I mean, that's kind of personal. Don't you all think that voting's pretty personal? I mean, I think it's pretty personal. And I'd be pretty offended by that if someone fucks around with my vote. What do y'all think? Maybe it's just me. I don't know. I think I
It's very personal. I think it's very personal that people act as if you're back.
Oh, good, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's personal, and I think it's weird that people were asking us if we're vaccinated or not. That's personal.
Yeah, I don't, that's the other thing. I think it opens up a Pandora's box of if this can hold true somewhat on the federal level, I think we go down deeper and go into the state level and start really just prying apart things. Go to Georgia, go to California, go to all these places that are so suspect that you think they can kind of like really look into it.
And I mean, all I'm saying is, so I, took these classes and certified to be, a poll worker, and stuff like that, so I was really involved in our elections, but, it doesn't seem like how Joe was saying, it doesn't seem like the enthusiasm is there. At least in my state, I can say that.
I think it'll pick up, and I do agree with Joe. I think we can't do this whole, let's wait till October, or, all that bullshit. I think we just need to push them out day by day, and maybe build up to something. Right now, it's like, there's something that keeps economics out there. And it's like just hammering away at them. They went out and they smeared Trump. Why can't we just smear the Democrat Party from here on out,
I think that Spencer Pratt has the most enthusiasm out of everyone.
Yeah, no, that's the
Seriously,
thing.
though.
That's California, man. Like,
Yeah, and he is honestly.
exactly.
Oh my gosh, the Joe Rogan interview was so great. It's just so funny, but like Spencer Pratt is the enthusiasm is like he's speaking from his heart. Everything he's speaking, you can tell it's like from his heart.
Right. He's not holding back. Yeah.
No, he's not.
No, I'm with you on that. I
He
think
believes he only cares because of his households. I feel like, sometimes when things hit home, that's when people start caring about something, and it drives them to do something bigger and better.
The only thing the Republicans might have going for them at the federal level is narrowing down the House to about 5 races. I think that's what it's going to take. It's going to take about 5 or 6 races they'll have to win. They'll be able to hold. They're going to be able to get redistricting up to about 211 to 213. So it could be 5 to 7. Then in the Senate, they have to hold what they got. We can live with losing a couple races that we should have won, but if we hold what we got, I think we'll end up at 50. So we'll at least have a tiebreaker. So I mean, this thing could be thin as ice. But I wanted to read. Here's the article. This is what Blanche said. There's none of y'all got to see it. Well, there's a ton of evidence that the election was rigged. That's not something the DOJ needs to tell you about. There's been evidence about that for many, many years. What I can tell you is that we have multiple investigations going on in Arizona, in Georgia, and in Fulton County. In And that's exactly what we're looking at. We're, by the way, this is very difficult because they're very good. They're hiding what they're doing. And so that's why we're very focused on finding out whether the right people voted, whether people who were supposed to vote voted, whether there was one vote cast per voter, and that's what we're doing in multiple states. And I expect it. And again, people, you will say to me, how long is it taking? Why is it taking so long? The reality of the answer to that is because it takes a lot of work to uncover what happened in 2020. It takes a lot of good old-fashioned law enforcement, police work, which is what we're doing. We have great prosecutors working on it as well. I expect that. And I assure the American people that as soon as we have something to say for it, whether it's charges, whether it's a report, whether it's the results of an investigation, the American people will learn about what will come. Here's the issue. If these people under-deliver on this, man, I tell you what, like, it's not going to go over well with the younger voting.
Actually, I did hear that Vic Mason mentioned. I think he actually initially states that they're looking into. I think in that statement, Joe, I think I saw that they listed, Georgia, the usual suspects for their investigation too, right?
He listed out where they're doing their investigations. We have to assume it's also Detroit. It's also
Actually, Philadelphia.
Yeah. The internet speaks.
Yeah, and I think that's where the coordination is going to come. So the real good casework is going to follow the trail. So I think that's going to bring out a lot. In the 5 districts that you say, or the 5 seats that we should gain in the House, help us a lot. And with the redistricting, we should pick up 11 seats, right?
11 seats, and we're, like, total, all in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we're going to pick up 11
I think
seats
it's
to
between 6 and 11, maybe I heard.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's between 6 and 11 that we're pick up. So Mike Johnson will retain, and to get Trump for another 2 years will actually level out the playing field.
What?
And,
What are you? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't cut you off. What do you guys feel about Mike Johnson and then Jonathan? What are you guys?
I'm a big fan. I really like Mike Johnson. I know, I talk about it a lot. And one of the things I like the best about him is how Christian he is. Like and everyone says, but you're Jewish, why are you feeling that way? He is such a man of faith and so sincere about his faith and his belief in God, and it's just I just respect him. I mean, I just think he's sincere, and he comes off with veracity and honesty and a passion for his beliefs, and I respect him. I also think he's really good at working across the aisle. He works with Jeffries. There are things that he's getting done. He works across the aisle without great compromise. He doesn't really, I think, put the party in at great risk. I think he's a party man that way. I've been really impressed with him. I mean, look, I liked Kevin McCarthy too. So you guys can tell me I was wrong on that. But I liked Kevin. That I was impressed.
you're having Chris Bowen and Mike Johnson.
He's your neck of the woods, Joe. So I'm going off on him. What do you really think? You know him.
Just for the record, I voted for Steve Scalise when I did live in Louisiana. I was in Scalise's district. The thing I have against some of these guys, and not, I think he does great outside of his box or personality. What I would prefer the Republican Party to have, especially delivering from deep red districts in deep red states, is firebrands. And I know that doesn't always go over well with the higher establishment, but we don't have like our Kitover. You know what I mean? We don't have, and look, that does. It's not a knock on his work. It's kind of what I desired. That's why I wanted to see not only purchases of Kevin McCarthy getting removed, but I wanted to see Matt. What was his name? Matt. Got kicked out.
Matt Gaetz.
Matt Gaetz. I wanted it, and Matt Gaetz never put himself up to even be the Speaker of the House. But I desire. Same with governorships. I got to give it to DeSantis. He is a bull as a governor. He is a firebrand in Florida, inside Florida. Yeah, when he ran for president, you already know.
Yeah,
you don't know my opinion about that.
Garbage on that part.
Yeah, it was bland. And that's the thing. I don't know if the rest of the Republican Party has seen that we want to see the Republican Party more like Trump. And when it's how voters interpret it, we want to see them like a firebrand. Is what it is. And we tend to see our firebrands a little bit. They're young. The young congressman comes in. Matt Gaetz, but their political careers don't stick around. The Republican Party, you know. And I think we need to change that type. I wish my governor in Alabama was a firebrand. Kay Ivey's drunk.
Yeah, but you know why don't do that? Do you know why they don't last, Joe?
Feathers, they don't let the candy, they don't.
Yeah, but they're not principled either, though. But they're not principled. You know, a lot of the young guys, even NGT, Marketing Keller Green, you still got to be principled. Even though things don't always go the way you think they should, you still got to realize we're here as the president. And unfortunately, a lot of us did not play that game. And that's just part of it. You know, let the president take all the blows, but you support the team. And I don't think a lot of them have done that. And that's what happened to a lot of those young cats.
And some of our establishment figures they just play it safe. They'll, you know, in the Senate, clearly a lot of the Senate leadership, they just all play safe. John Thune plays safe. I don't know why they like. Can't they get out? Maybe it's not their personality. And is being principled also being non-combative?
But why can't you mix it up?
They're trying to, yeah. But they're trying to, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say, why can't they be a mixture of both? Like, why can't you have principles and be combative? Or I don't like that word, but I like the word firebrand, where you stick out in the air and pull firebrands too. So why can't you be pushing issues out there?
I don't know. My favorite, I'm so sad that it was a one term, was Glenn Youngkin. I mean, to me, he got the principles out. He was just the best. I hope he evolves within the
What
party.
happened to him again?
They term out in Virginia. That's why Abigail Spanberger ran.
But what is he doing now, though?
Nothing. I mean, he's on TV, like giving interviews, but he's phenomenal. I mean, a real statesman. To me, a firebrand, amazing
That's the word.
orator.
Yeah. See, Abby, statesman is the word.
He's a statesman, and he got worked. He really got things accomplished in Virginia in a short period of time. People respected him. They really liked him, both sides of the aisle.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because it turned out, but firebrand's one thing, and I think because on the conservative side we do go with principle, and we want people
So that's what I'm looking for in
I see
maybe
that in
a
I
post
see that in Rubio,
Trump.
man.
Yeah, go ahead.
I see that in Rubio. Principle and
That's
fire
true.
frame.
That's true.
He can push back a lot, man, because when he comes across, he can clearly articulate the point, and at the same time, you can feel them coming through his speeches.
That's where he
I
gets
will
the heart.
always, yeah, I will always support Rubio. I like Vance, but Vance is not the same. Vance knows Vance knows the policies and stuff, but Rubio can communicate it well. And I think this next election, because Rubio is an immigrant that came to America, he loves America. I think that message by itself in 2028 will resonate a lot.
I agree with you. I actually think Ruby will make JD Vance better for this next battle. So I think JD Vance needs a little bit more growing up, so to speak. I mean, he's a really young guy, so he needs to get some battle scars going and get that all going. Where Rubio's actually he's been in the fight quite a bit. In fact, he's obviously he faced Trump, so he was in the fight. So JD Vance has never faced Trump, so I respect people that all has faced Trump on the stage because that was like one of the ages, and that's a true battle right there. That's who you can go against Trump.
Hey, yo, I don't know why you think it's okay to talk about people of color, which is kind of interesting. You don't get to choose how people vote or decide to vote, no matter what ethnic group they are. So by you actually making the comments that you're making, I hear you. You're the one who actually showed who you are, not who other people are. So kind of interesting.
No, it's fine. No, this guy, he came up saying that he was nonpartisan, right? He was going to play that whole controlling role. And it turns out he's a flagrant TDS faggot circle, right? You gotta call him what he is, No, he definitely is a leftist, man.
Like I said before, Matt. Like I said before, Matt. People will display who they actually are by just watching how they speak. You know, he has no clue. He has no clue that me voting values and me voting principles has nothing to do with him
message this to my representatives about how important the immigration issue is to me. It's always been my number one for many years. Look at where the message is today. Just to see the accomplishment that we were able to elect a president that, I mean, it's better now than it was. He hasn't delivered on, full deportation, and that's what I still want. I do think I think we need to continue with, or if you support it, we need to continue with this message. We're not done yet with immigration, but don't ever think that our voice doesn't matter. I've witnessed it because that idea of stopping illegal immigration, that was not coming from any party elites or principled politicians or politicians that play it safe and to save their Washington career. I'm just going to tell you that none of them said that.
I agree with that. No, I understand where you're wrong with thinking. This thought experiment is kind of fun. Always fun to be doing that every couple weeks, trying to figure out where we are in the movie life. And but yeah, we're still pretty far out while thinking those kinds of decisions. Um, even though I'm gonna keep playing that. Do you have a dark horse, Joe? 'Cause I'm trying to think like somebody not in the sphere of stuff that we're seeing right now in the media or any kind of like I don't know cabinet position. I'm just trying to think like who do we have out there that you think would be like reasonable, or anybody.
I mean, we've been living in the world of Trump for so long. I haven't supported another candidate for president since Rand Paul dropped out of the 2016 primary.
Is that weird to think about? Let's see what this is.
I know. That's 10 years ago.
Holy crap.
When Trump took so when it came around to Louisiana, by that time, Trump had already, we all knew Trump was going to win by that time, the way the math was working out. He hadn't been declared it yet, but we knew he only needed a certain amount, because Louisiana's further sooner in the primary race, which will be interesting. It's been many years since my primary vote mattered. But to see it play out this next time around will be interesting. I don't really have a dark horse candidate right now. I guess when Trump, I was still kind of out on Trump till he came down, till he was at the convention in 2016. He said, "Give me a chance." Remember this speech?
What do you
What do you have to lose? That's exactly. What do you have to lose?
Strike the master chord.
I know, like I was everybody says that. I was way early on Trump. I had my mail-in ballot already made out, ready to go. I didn't have any questions ready to go. In fact, I did take a picture of it. That's how much I was into and hopeful. I know that sounds kind of strange, but
Good question.
yeah,
Were you into politics before Donald Trump?
I mean, yeah, of course. I followed, Bush. I mean, I've always liked Reagan. I mean, yeah, for the most part, I wasn't one of those people. That was the big thing, right? Because Trump brought in a bunch of people that were on the sideline and really just illusion style politics. Basically, had no interest in it, right? That's what Trump was known for, is to draw those people in. So I not like those people, but I wasn't like a hardcore.
Cannot forgive. I can't. I'm Bill Carnes, a real accident attorney. Now you may have traumatic brain injury.
So Trump is gonna be known for that at least, bringing in a bunch of people from the fold. Now the question is, I think you said before, can we hold those people? I don't know if we're gonna lose them based on various things that didn't happen possibly here, but I don't know.
Car crash.
We know for a fact that there's a good percentage of the base that's Republicans, so maybe that what's gonna happen doesn't matter.
Oh my god, fucking Jesus.
It all comes down to a little nitpicky
you've only got 13 problems with what people would house have. Yeah, the reason for that is because we need a completed paper that we have. We've been here 20 years now. And of course, when we came years ago, one only had to put down £25 a week.
What a beautiful day.
I never seen anybody.
Isn't it? It's so amusing. How does it feel to have the blood of 500,000 children on your hands?
It's so good. Yeah, so they're like, I'm not ready to think about who I want to support.
What a beautiful day.
And it's like,
This appears to be Dr. Frankenstein coming back from the dead back from the 1800s. So what's happening?
It's almost like
Sam
I have to
Altman
go
open
through a
AI.
warning of like, oh man, I have to go back to the world of Donald Trump. And I think the Republican Party, the reason I'm bringing this up, they're going to go through this. What is life like after Donald Trump? And that's going to start after the 2026.
Yeah, that's strange to think about. You think about
God! You want to go? Go. Good luck, son.
transitioning out of the Trump.
After obtaining the original compound V, my superpowers increased exponentially. I finally made my move against Soldier Boy. To show my gratitude for the compound V he gave me, I had an entire amusement park prepared for him, with a parade float.
I don't know about the young people with him, because like he wants to be in the spotlight.
Hangman, keywords, congealed, end of a situation or relationship, just stop, letting go, give.
Just thinking about
Tying it back into a good article.
The fool, the tiger sip is the Magus, keywords, Mercury,
exactly, because
all existence is I am the source, the continuation, and the end. Save him until those who follow him in secret, and it may be untouchable, possible. Thus let thy starting profit of thy vehicle, simulating it and sustaining it so that
I don't know, anything's possible. I don't know. And if there's any way you're gonna do it, or at least try, it's gonna be Trump. That we do know. By the way, he has a right to look into it. I'm not entirely sure why people don't think. I know Marshall would flip out, Ben would flip out. They always flip out about this shit.
Jesus, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Go ahead.
Just asking for context. Sorry, my bad. I wasn't paying attention.
What is wrong with you?
His mind in the chat. What the fuck was he saying on stage?
What is wrong with you?
He's like spamming the chat with like a bunch of, I don't know, racist comments about black people and white people and Jewish people. It's kind of
I think Snake is expired is welcome here, I think. I'll look it over a little bit here.
I'll answer this question. He literally came up and told two Jews that they were not going to heaven because they don't know Jesus Christ. 3 times he said. That's literally what we heard. I'm not joking.
okay. Was there anything else other than that?
He came out and said that he had to pray again.
Oh, okay. Oh, that might make a little sense here. Sorry, I didn't mean to derail. I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with this?
What you think, Coco? Trump running for a 3rd term?
No, he's not. That's not legally possible.
The 2020 election was stolen?
No, No, I'm talking about when Trump was inaugurated, like this past time. Not. Yeah, yeah. Because if 2020, if there was proof provided that 2020 was a stolen election, how would, why would I not question, okay, how, now they're fucking with us for real. So, yeah, I think the most reasonable question after that would be, well, did they also steal this one, And how many others have been stolen?
Find out that very soon. The reason I bring this up, and in your opinion, it's interesting. I'm not going to get that. The Attorney General, Todd Blanche, was on the morning shows today being interviewed, and this is the stuff that he said, was that they have evidence about 2020 election and so on and so forth. So we'll see. Are Trump supporters getting set up? Or is this just red meat? Is this just to get the Republican base enthusiastic, thinking there's going to be something to this, or you actually have the evidence?
Finally was able to remove fucking Snake. I don't know what the hell this happens to her. Fucking crazy shit. Sir. Yeah, so you were talking about what Todd Blanche said, right, Joe?
Bringing Coco up, I don't know if that's what we were talking about before she had. Gotta entertain Yo, right? I mean, you've been wanting attention this whole time. Yo, I got a question before you start, Yo.
There.
Hold on, before you start, Yo, I got a question. Could you just tell us what was the driving policy or idea that Kamala Harris, not Trump, try and answer this question without saying Donald Trump. What made you enthusiastic to support Kamala Harris in the 2024 election? Without saying the name, Doc.
Well, see, this is your problem, and this is the majority of your problem. You think that if we don't like Trump, somehow we like Kamala? That somehow we're bleeding our liberals? What is wrong with you? Why do you assume this shit? I am not. I didn't vote for Kamala. I didn't vote for Joe Biden. I did vote was for Obama in 2012. And I had reservations then. Do you understand that shit? Because I didn't think he was doing what I thought he could do. Now, what happened is the Republican Party is no longer what I remember it to be. When I remember John McCain, even fucking billionaire. What's his name from Utah? I would have voted for him. Tom Steyer? No. You know what I'm talking about. He no longer. He worked for Bain, the corporation. You know what I'm talking about. Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney, yeah, Mitt Romney. Exactly, Mitt Romney. And this guy worked for fucking corporations who essentially made him something. And all he kept doing was getting subsidies. They received subsidies from the government. And nobody talks about why don't Republicans care about that? Why don't y'all care about that shit? Y'all love to talk about all these subsidies that people receive who don't have nothing, who have no money, who are on Social Security, who are receiving Medicare benefits. You fucking berate them. Y'all like to punch down. This is your problem. You punch down so fucking. You never get the chance to even look up that the fact that Elon and his company is receiving subsidies from the richest fucking man on earth is receiving subsidies from the government, corporate welfare. Same way Mobil is, same way Exxon is. They all are receiving subsidies from the government on top of the billions they made for overcharging us for gas.
Thy neck is of nourishment.
I don't think there's anybody here on stage that can say that we just want corporate tyranny. Where only the rich get richer and the poor gets poorer. I mean, where do you get that impression? I mean, I don't know where you get that idea.
Well, maybe Yo could clarify something.
Have you?
Could you clarify something?
Have you
Before you continue, can you clarify something? While you were answering, I don't understand your logic sometimes, and I'm not trying to take a personal attack. Let me tell you mine. You claim not to be on the left, but I'll tell you the logic. You said, okay. Right away, you declared that you voted for Barack Obama in 2012. Those are your own words. You said I voted for Obama in 2012. And then later on, you say the Republican Party's changed. Why don't they have that guy, Mitt Romney?
No, I said John McCain.
But
even Mitt Romney liked.
No, Mitt Romney is the guy that was from Utah. That's what you referenced.
Yeah.
So, but explain, though, your logic. What I don't understand is that in the same response, you had Mitt Romney on the ballot in 2012, but you didn't vote for him. So what leads me to think you're not a partisan?
No, I never said I was. I started off, my first vote was for John Kerry, right? Because I'm from the Bush era. When Bill Clinton left office, he had a surplus, right, Joe?
Yeah,
you remember that?
Yeah, John Kerry.
What I'm talking about is Bill Clinton.
John Kerry's a Democrat.
He is.
Barack Obama's a Democrat.
Exactly. So I voted Democrat.
Have you ever voted for a Republican?
I have never. A Republican has never given me a reason.
How can you say you're an independent?
I'm saying, but a Republican has never given me a reason to vote for them.
You're not independent. Just to let you.
No, listen. This is that's the
you
problem. You don't know my journey. My thing is this: a Republican has never given me a reason to. What are you telling me outside of what I'm?
So you're an independent. You realize that, or you're not. You realize you're.
No, I have voted Democrat in the past. My question is,
Democrat.
What is it that you get but I haven't voted since 2012? That's what you don't realize. You so fucking fixed on the fact that I voted Democrat in 2012. You don't give a shit what happened after that. The fact that there were 3 more elections after that, right? Yes or no?
So you didn't vote?
Clear, you've never voted for a Republican, and you.
No, I haven't.
This arbiter of.
No, I'm more of a libertarian.
And that we need to win. Look, man, I listen to you. That somehow we need to be able to sell you a message that can win you over to our side when clearly you're just repeating MSNBC talking points up here.
The problem is you can't because there's nothing.
Have a conversation, you're not. Nobody in this room is verified enough in society to talk that shit. Nobody in here is a mogul. I said probably 15, and I can verify my facts.
There it is.
Can you verify yours? No, you can't. So you're speculating. I'm appear to the gatekeepers. None of you guys appears to these people. Please stop speculating.
What the fuck does
stop
that
being
mean?
racist.
What the fuck?
Hold on.
Does that mean you appear
and
to
also,
the gatekeeper?
hold on. Also,
what the fuck did you want me to say after that?
My ancestor was a founding father.
You appear to the gatekeeper, so you are a fucking leech.
My ancestor was a federalist.
What the fuck I gotta talk to you for? Exactly. Nothing.
Look, kid, you haven't achieved enough greatness in your lifespan to talk to me.
I have, though.
Shut
I'm
the fuck
accomplished
up.
more than you know.
What history have you made? Let's talk about it. None. Shut the fuck up. It's my point.
That's the problem, though. See, the thing is this, though. Y'all gotta wait.
What history have you made?
I'm just listen. I'm just a man from the Midwest.
Shut up, bro.
Who owns
acting like
property.
You got the keys to this shit. You're
I don't have
speculating
keys
on
to
the love
nothing
of a
but
life
life.
that you're not a part of.
I don't give a fuck about your
You're
life.
not no mogul.
Nobody
You're not
cares.
no fucking business short. So what the fuck are you talking about? Who are you talking
What the fuck is that? What you do? Who is this guy? Kevin O'Leary? It's Kevin O'Leary.
I love Trump too, guys.
Whatever people say
that don't help you.
I know they're bullshit.
Man, fuck you, nigga. I'm telling you, man. I live right next to Trump, nigga. I live next to Mar-a-Lago, nigga. I'm being real,
What does
nigga.
that even mean?
I'm just saying, man, fuck you, nigga. I'm a Republican. I love Trump.
Yeah, right.
Listen, some of y'all will give y'all knees for Trump. And
Whatever, man. Whatever, man. Bad folks out there, man. Follow me. I
get it, bro. I get it. Y'all do. I'm not a part of that. I'm not a part of a cult. I think differently.
What do you?
I'm mad at me because I think differently.
Relax, man.
What do you?
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a
You're gonna be okay here. Don't worry about it. Go ahead, Sorter. We go.
What do you think about Mark Duggan and how he's doing in New York?
Well, for one, I don't live in New York, so why the fuck would I care? Right? I don't live in New York.
President.
Why is somebody fucking all questioning?
I
No, he's doing a great job according to New Yorkers. Right? Potholes are getting filled. He just closed a deficit of $12 billion. I know they won't show that shit on right-wing media. They refuse to do that. He did.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't
I
matter
wish,
how
I
he
wish
did
that
it.
was my fucking mayor, because I'm in Milwaukee, bro, and we got potholes that look worse than third world countries. And guess what? We've had Republicans, we've had fucking Democrats, we've had it all. Guess what? They don't give a fuck. So there's a mayor who cares, and you mad at him because he look different? Get the fuck
So
out.
him closing the that's actually a really good reason not to like him. But with him closing the deficit, if you compare how he closed the deficit, if you compare how he closes the deficit versus how Trump's methodology is going, which one would you choose and why?
What the fuck? What is what is his methodology to close the deficit? Please let me know.
You've been paying attention to it, so I figured you have some commentary.
No, I did. And guess what? You know, where's the inflation at right now? You know what percentage of the inflation is now?
But you would agree he is closing the deficit, right?
So don't ask me questions that you don't know. You're not prepared for the question for it. Inflation's at 2.5%.
I'm not prepared for
you're
the
not.
question
Because
for
you're not ready for this. The thing is this, I am prepared. Inflation's at 3.5%, but guess what? Before the end of the fucking year, it would be at 4%. And guess who's going to pay for this shit?
Wait, you're
The
complaining
people who I
about...
work with. The people who are truckers, the people who are in the...
Is he complaining about 3.5%?
So yo, what?
But you was mad when it was 2.9.
Are
You hated Biden when it was 2.9%. You hated it.
Bima,
You
can I ask my
lied and
question
bitched
one
about
time, please?
eggs and
Yeah,
gas
yeah,
prices
dude,
for 4 years.
I'm sorry, I want to...
You bitched for 4 years about egg prices. Now you don't care. Now you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck now, right?
I bought my eggs for $2.99.
Okay, but how much is gas? Where I'm at is $4.89.
Gas is $3.91.
Are you really smart?
That's good, ain't it? Even last year before the war, it was even
So
before
during the war,
he could have been
during
good
the
though.
war is
Nobody complained about that before last year, right? And then he went to the war, and I wasn't complaining about Trump. I said, all right, listen, I'm the type of motherfucker like I like shit. I like to know tax on overtime. You hear me?
you the
So
type of motherfucker like to
I got
talk.
a lot of because I do. I'm not here. You understand?
I know you do.
I listen to what politicians do.
You
I
don't
listen to
listen
what
to
they do,
shit.
not what
You
they
like to
say.
talk.
It's funny because like
Okay, but I like to know taxes. But that's what though. The inflation rose.
Listen before you speak.
even if
You hate that. You hate that I tell the truth. It hurts your heart.
I don't even know what
It just hurts.
relax.
I think you sound like,
That
bro, you
hurts,
don't even
man.
believe
I know it
yourself,
hurts.
bro. For
It
real.
hurts to know that you.
Talking. Holy crap! He doesn't want to.
You Hispanic?
No, listen. Numbers lie. People lie. Numbers don't, source. You do too.
Nah, numbers definitely can lie. Numbers can definitely lie.
What the fuck they gotta do when they think I'm Hispanic or not? Numbers.
Cause you sound
People
like
lie. Numbers don't.
no, numbers can lie.
Your
Numbers
ethnicity
don't.
would add to
And
your
call facts.
perspective, and it'll give.
Okay, if
You
numbers
rely
don't
on
lie,
numbers when Biden was president.
if numbers don't lie, then the stock the stock market says he's doing good.
The stock market. But what about the
No.
What about Trump? Stock market's
That's what I was saying.
Let me ask you this. How many of your neighbors?
I'll pass it back to you, man.
Yo, did you take your Adderall?
Gas goes down, he'll still hate Trump and all that. That's what
I'm gonna take his Adderall tonight. Don't forget, yo.
How many of your neighbors?
He gonna say it went down too fast.
Because you know that,
Yo, don't forget to take your Adderall.
You can say that fuck out of it. Who the fuck is she?
Hey, yo. So Edward Lynn in the chat says he wants you to give your thoughts about the Constitution. What are your thoughts about our Constitution?
Fuck you, Edward.
Pockets.
Oh my god.
Pockets. That wasn't very ladylike.
Yo, what do you hold? How does Edward say it? What do you hold to? Oh yeah. What do you hold to be true?
Edward knows exactly why I said that.
Are you okay with Trump taking his shit on the Constitution? Are you okay?
He hasn't done it yet.
No, listen. You gotta read the Constitution outside and read the people, right? You gotta read 3 words, and that's all you get past.
No.
Because you hate to read. I get it. You hate to read.
And you gotta reel them back in.
Edward knows exactly what he did with his Constitution.
Being real.
We asked you
Some of
about
us
your
know our
Constitution,
ancestors.
not if Trump took a shit on it.
He did. He wiped his ass.
No. What
When you said Trump 28, what does that
I want to
mean?
know about
The Constitution says you can only serve 2 terms as a president.
There you go, Edward.
That's not even in the
Constitution. What do you mean?
That's not even in the Constitution.
It is.
The Constitution is.
It is.
Young J. Hollywood, we asked yo.
Who the fuck you are? Young Hollis? Who?
Young Hollis, oh my god.
Dick you on. Go fucking play with
Is this
yourself,
real?
fairy ass little bitch.
He said young hospice.
Young Hospice.
He's Somali.
Young Hospice.
American bitch.
How you know Young Hospice?
American, you know, ever.
Stop hating on my
Black man.
Stop fucking hating on my nigga.
He's Somali too.
Fuck wrong.
He's
I'm
17
black
in the hospital.
and I'm more white than you, bitch. On both.
Y'all Hispanic mulattoes.
Yeah, nigga.
Somali mulatto mix.
He's 17 in the hospice. You mad at me?
Shut your broke ass up.
Shut yourself, dumbass up. Keep zipping up your jacket. How long it's gonna take you to zip up your jacket?
And let me know when you need some help, okay?
Alright, no, I'm gonna let them crash up.
You know, like Joe said, I'm kind of confused on what you're even
You are
talking about.
stupid. Of course.
I don't know how Edward thought he would get a full, complete thought out with the.
What the fuck is you a BB
Well,
or
that's
something?
why you
Like,
were
what
in
is
the
you?
chat.
No, I mean, like a response.
Sure.
Joe,
That's the
how
question.
you belong to, Joe?
Yo, what truths do you hold to be self-evident? That's the question.
Young hospice.
Hey,
a
BB is disrespectful.
They don't
Young
respect black
hospice.
folks. I don't
Let
give a fuck
Joe
about
answer
none
the
of that.
question about the Constitution.
What did you steal? Who is Habibi?
Let him answer what
The whole question was for
That
you,
nigga-
young
that nigga's
hospice.
Arabian or
Sit
something.
down.
He ain't even
Yo, you
black.
there?
I don't know what he's.
Yo, are you there? Yo, are you there?
Are we asking for Edward, or is Edward gonna ask?
No, Edward is asking Yo.
What did you steal? Chat, because I don't think he can speak right now, so I read it out loud to Yo.
He literally is asking for Yo to answer the question.
And will you do it? Will you ask?
Well, hey, what was the
Okay, wait.
Pockets quiet.
Didn't even have comprehension skills.
Yo, so we're going to ask again. Edward Lynn would like to know what your thoughts are about the Constitution. And your response it cannot have the word Trump in it at all.
That's not what his question is.
Okay, go ahead.
So your answer can have Trump if you want.
Hold on. I don't have to vote Trump.
What the fuck?
That's not what his
I don't
question
have
is.
to. Can I finish? She asked me. I thought she asked me the question. I thought she asked me.
Clearly lack comprehension.
Yeah, that's hospital.
I just want to
Where the fuck is this nurse?
Well, bitch, act like
Where
you
the fuck is this nurse?
fucking moron.
Where is this nurse?
Act like you fucking comprehend when people
Yo,
are saying.
what are your thoughts on the Constitution?
All right, he gets a chance to answer. If he doesn't do it, then he gets.
I'm trying to answer, bro.
All right, go for it.
This guy's fucking ADD. Anyways, what I was saying was, what was the question?
What are your thoughts on the Constitution?
Okay, yeah. All right.
He called somebody.
Hey,
It's gonna be all, bro.
Take a lifeline.
Shut the fuck up and let him answer.
Hey, but one thing I know for sure is that Jim Crow is not the word. Listen. The Constitution didn't list Jim Crow.
Hold on, no. The Constitution is what it is.
Crow.
Read past the first three letters. It's what you live by. Let me ask you this. If America has no laws and no Constitution, what is it? It's a banana republic. We follow laws. We follow regulations. We follow rules. Because that's what separates you. It is. What the fuck you mean, pause? That's what the fuck separates you from a different continent, right? So my question is this. If you allow certain people, because they have money, certain laws or certain rules, certain regulations, what the fuck does the Constitution even mean? It's just fucking words off the paper.
All I said was Jim Crow
It's
is not
words on a
the
piece of paper. And
Your
you're
name
mad
is
though.
Galen.
If people on the
Hey,
board,
Fema, it's your turn.
no, I'm being honest, bro. If people on the board, it's words on a piece of paper.
Your name is Galen.
The Boondocks. The Boondocks.
Andrew and Kyle, let's give it to Fema.
Yo, he answered correctly. What is America without the Constitution? Shout out to him, okay, bro?
I'm just saying, either way though.
Wait, what did he say? What did he say,
He said, what is America without the Constitution?
Exactly. So there's
What's
no
America without Jim Crow?
Okay, we'll take that one.
What the fuck does that mean? Jim Crow been gone.
You never heard of Jim Crow?
I did hear it, but it's not here now. That was the
You never heard of Jim Crow before. You never heard of it.
Galen, why
I
don't you
never heard of Jim Crow.
Oh, Jim Crow, man, Jim Crow, man. You can't about Jim Crow. How convenient. How convenient. How convenient.
I don't have any cousins named Jerry.
You don't even know what Jim Crow is. How convenient is that? No, Jim Crow. I don't know what Jim Crow is. I don't remember.
He's literally
I
black.
don't remember. I don't remember.
You remember Jim
He's
Crow?
literally black.
You guys sound like,
Get the fuck out.
man, listen, man.
I
Jim
do
Crow,
remember. Fuck out.
Galen,
it's
that's
not
black man.
constitutional,
That's
man.
black man.
What's not
Bro, quit
constitutional?
talking like you lived in that
Jim
area.
Crow is not Jim.
Your
Jim Crow is
mom
not
probably lived in that area.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? We're talking about the present time.
It's not constitutional,
Okay, yeah,
but it was still enforced.
Yo, he's a black man.
Jim Crow's
Stop talking
enforced.
like he's white.
That's how you got the. Hey, that's how you got the police department and the fire department spraying down with water hoses trying to go vote.
Galen, you weren't even there.
Dogs on it. Sticking dogs on it. Sticking dogs on it trying to go vote. Oh, go vote, niggas. And we gonna blast you with water hoses. Dogs on it. Man, y'all need to get out of here, man. Y'all sound, yeah, the water hose. The fire department gets you with water hose.
Drink out of water hoses as kids, man.
I used to drink out of water hose too, and I love that life.
Oh, you drink out the color water? You drink out the color
I had
water?
mayonnaise sandwiches. I ain't
The color water?
Not who you think.
no
Hey, how you having the sound effects? That's pretty cool.
red ring.
Coolest.
I had the bologna with the red ring in it. The hand with the red bologna. So what? That doesn't make you better than me. That doesn't make your life was harder. Well, it says so. You went to the same Reaganomics.
If I can get the sound
You went
effects,
to
I'll be the DJ
Reaganomics,
for the
bro.
room.
No, listen.
He said Reaganomics. Go ahead, bro.
Yes, Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan is the reason why we have this wealth gap. And that's your problem. You don't know who the fuck Reagan is.
Some people, some black
Yeah,
people
the
love
generational wealth gap.
He said Ronald Reagan. Let him cook.
You don't care.
No, let him cook. He's mad. He said Ronald Reagan.
Where was the contract?
He said,
I know.
He said Ronald Reagan. Give him some milk.
I'm doing the time.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I don't talk out of my ass like you people do. I don't talk out of my ass like you do.
to breathe.
Nah, wrong time, man. Wrong time. Wrong time.
He's exhausted. He's exhausted. Everybody, we need to support this
And
man.
he actually heard you.
Support this man.
I was surprised.
George Floyd. George Floyd now will get canceled.
Beamer, you better get in there.
They tell you to praise Reagan.
I
You don't know why.
George Floyd.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask name one thing Reagan has done that proved America.
He gave niggas government cheese and government milk.
One thing
got shot and lived.
Bang. Bang.
Yo, Beamer wants to answer your question. Ask your question again, yo. Yo, ask your question again. Ask your question again. Lord, I got
Shit like that.
Yo, ask your question again so everybody can answer.
Let me ask you, what was the one thing that Reagan did that improved anybody's life?
He did more than
He got shot and lived. It was lit.
He got shot and lived? How did it improve your life?
Dude, but they gave me hope. What are you talking about, bro?
What do you know about the Cold War? You weren't even born.
Yeah, gave me hope.
Dick sucker.
They didn't have nothing. They put shit.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
You know
I
Reagan
was hot back then,
Do
nigga.
you know that?
Reaganomics is a myth.
When did crack cocaine infiltrate black neighborhoods?
Stand where
When
I
did
was.
crack cocaine
I
infiltrate black neighborhoods?
Right after Jim Crow.
It was
Right after Jim
I am.
It wasn't.
Right after Jim Crow.
Are you attributing something?
Jimmy Carter was a Democrat.
I guess the crack just walked in by
He
itself.
did that.
Hey, you know what?
Let me ask you this though. You
Yo,
know, have you ever heard? Let me ask you this.
Why you doing yourself? Yo, yo.
You ever heard of Habitat for Humanity?
Go up and down. Yo, yo.
Yeah, I
You ever heard of Habitat for Humanity?
Never seen crack rock the legs.
You ever heard about Habitat for Humanity?
Yes, tell me.
I'm down to learn.
Yeah. Guess who started that? Jimmy Carter.
The crack
Jimmy
rock
Carter
the
started it.
The coolest. That shit
Mama
sucks.
You don't know nothing about
You have the audacity to blame Jimmy Carter.
You can tell me.
You
Name
have the
one thing.
audacity.
Just name one thing. Name one
When
thing.
they mute the whole room,
Name one thing. Name it.
This guy's name is Yo-Yo, man. Yo-Yo. Up and down, up and down, up and down.
Okay, Beamer, you got a question or what? What's going on?
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. So I'm trying to piece everything that you're saying. I'm hearing you. What would you say is your biggest issue with? Is it? Let me ask you this: are you a proponent of capitalism, or are you more socialist, communist? What? Let's start there.
No, I'm a capitalist. I own a business. I own 3 homes. I'm a happy capitalist. Hear me? But I'm not a greedy, selfish capitalist. Does that make sense? The problem is that you lost your way. That the people that I ran to, right? The people who I want to make sure their life is good is my enemy. Y'all want me to believe this shit so bad?
That's not making
No, that
sense.
is. It really is.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
No, you asked me a question.
But what I'm telling
You
you
asked me a question on this.
is now that we're all like,
You asked me a question on this.
hold
You asked me a question.
on. Answered it. Yo, I don't know anything else that you said after you said you're a capitalist. Now you're just talking about something.
No, listen, I am. And guess what? America's a socialist in a certain way because you pay Social Security, right?
No, and that's true.
You do
So
pay
what would
Social
you say is your
Security.
biggest, what is your
And everybody's
number
supposed to be
one
waiting for
issue with the country right now? What would you say is your biggest issue?
What do you mean?
Well, what would you say? It's we all got like.
Where do I start? Where do I start? Where do I start?
Start with labor.
Okay,
Who doesn't labor?
Are you willing to listen or are you going to interrupt?
No, I said start with the labor.
Try to be succinct.
Okay, listen, I know you don't want to hear the truth. Nobody wants to hear the truth here. I get it.
So are you, would you consider your, okay,
I'm just telling you this, bro. America lost 1.1 million jobs last year. You hear me? And overwhelming majority of those jobs were from black people. So the black unemployment has increased overwhelmingly. I know Annie don't give a fuck. Of course she doesn't. Because you are
That's a lie.
certain programs.
So we're gonna put, yo,
Well, not a lie. It's not a lie,
bro.
I
So
don't
are
talk.
you
I
asserting that Trump has caused this?
That's
not true, bro.
Numbers. I don't talk.
No, because ICE removed a lot of illegal immigrants.
I don't give a fuck.
ICE removed a lot of illegal immigrants.
Put this 12 in your
Argument, but if you're not gonna be able to make a cogent argument,
They won't
it's
even
just
let me
annoying me and I'm
finish.
gonna be
They won't let me
set
finish.
up for another
Crazy,
couple
bro.
seconds. Let me
Black
ask you,
people are wealthy.
what is the reason for this job loss? What is the reason for this job loss? Because they just let me ask you that. What do you attribute to the job loss?
So let me ask you this: are you upset that over majority of those?
You're doing
Hold
great.
on.
Answer her question, bro. To profit. Man, good question, bro. I'm tired of this, bro.
But you need some water. I need some water.
That's what I mean about you speculating.
Trump is
Has
not
nothing to do with
God.
politics.
Answer her question,
I will never
bro.
apologize. Get the fuck out of here, young
Has nothing to do with
housewife.
politics.
Answer her question, yo.
I was about to say she's great now.
You upset because I'm not dumb like you.
I'll go ahead and make
Can you
yourself
hear me?
sound
Yo,
stupid.
Yes.
Reset,
Has
bro.
nothing to do with white
Can you
people
hear me?
or the job.
Yes, I
Y'all
can.
made Yo-Yo mad. Y'all pissed Yo-Yo off.
That's what
Yo-Yo is
happens,
pissed
man.
off
You
right
know,
now.
when you
So Yo-Yo, so calm down. Hold on, calm down.
Battery.
Calm down. You're a capitalist. Okay, Yo-Yo, you're a capitalist, right? Who does the labor? Who does the labor, bro?
I do.
Hold on.
I do. What are you fucking
So
talking
the black man do no labor.
Who keeps doing
The
that?
black man is working.
Are you talking about me? Who you talking about? Who you asking a question?
No, I'm saying the black man is working.
The black? Who the fuck is the? Who you talking? I'm talking about me.
Who the fuck?
dude.
Oh, you're a capitalist without having labor, like the Mexicans give you labor.
He's not a capitalist. He's a cap.
Back to save
Oh yeah, cap. Oh yeah. Try. Hey, sounds Yo-Yo's a
Can't
Yo, this is crazy. Why would you name yourself Yo-Yo?
Why would you name yourself Galen? Who the fuck is
Hey
Galen?
man, listen. Hey bro, Google it.
I don't give a. I'm not finna Google that shit.
Galen is a Roman sports doctor who trained with lots of innovative medical technology.
Hi, Marshall. Hi, Dr.
Hey, you can Google Galen, but you can't Google Yo-Yo.
Peace of love, everybody.
Got the hormones. We got pockets.
Man, Yo-Yo's tracking the straight of hormones right now. So
You gotta start your shit straight right now, Galen.
you're in the straight of hormones. Right?
Wait, what you say?
So, yeah, he's in the straight of hormones.
What's your name now?
It's definitely not in fact.
Plain audio cold.
And this is what I get. I can't even have a.
In the chat.
This a chance.
I just can't have a simple conversation, man.
No, we
Yeah, you the cause of it.
listen, bro, we love you, bro. We love you, bro, but you
Oh,
want to shovel.
but this is who you are, bro. I gotta get down
We love you, bro.
And I know facts. And I'm more.
Yo, we love you,
Boy,
man.
FAX.
We love you, man. We got love for you, Yo-Yo.
I don't love you, Galen.
Well, it's all good, bro.
Fuck this bitch ass nigga.
Fuck you, young Hall of Spice. You're not even a spice rat. Who are you?
I have respect.
You are an Asian, bro. You a fucking. You probably from
Spice in the world, what would you be?
You probably from Epstein Island. You a RoboCop. You like a RoboCop.
Ice.
Hey, Yo-Yo, this Yo-Yo's AA meeting.
RoboCop.
Bro, this is an AA meeting.
Who the fuck are you?
Yo-Yo's an AA meeting.
Got cured malaria yet?
I think I'm doing good here. Impersonations again.
Okay, so what is
More people don't like it.
Does anyone think that we're gonna end up in another pandemic?
Yes,
New York said they prepared for it, but Trump said he ain't giving them no money to guys for it.
The last time
It's got a burnout rate which would stop it from spreading all over the United States.
I'm sorry.
Meaning, like, between time.
I was talking to you. I was talking to you.
1 second, Ace. You're saying that this is what I do.
I was not speaking to you. I was speaking to the room.
Wait.
I'm
You
done.
had Ropeda. Hey,
That's period.
You had Ropeda come and make a statement to me that prior to 1948, Jews and Palestinians were living in the land peacefully and everything was fine. I told her, no, that's
They were
not
coexisting. Relatively, in relative terms, yes, they were living well together.
Okay, hey,
Relative terms.
I told her you are incorrect.
Hold on.
Amir jumped in and said, Ropeda, let me help you. Let me save you before this pro-Palestinian fake movement of ours falls apart. Let me help you.
Wait a minute. She's not wrong. Well, she's not wrong. Hold on for a second. She wasn't wrong. One instance is on the definition of their entire experience. One instance. So again, you were wrong. Technically, you're wrong. In relative terms, they were living in. Well,
I want to ask Rofeda.
So you're still wrong. You're wrong.
I want to ask Rofeda a few questions because she made the statement, not you guys. Please don't jump in to try to save her life. Okay? Please. She's a smart, educated woman. She can understand on her own. She can respond on her own. This conversation was between me and her. Amir, don't worry about her. She'll be fine. Go ahead. Go ahead,
My
Rofeda.
my great-grandfather was a Palestinian, originally Jew, who moved from Palestine to Egypt because of the oppression the Zionists even did for the Jews in Palestine. That. And just a second, we have a map. We used to have a map of our.
Amir, you're hearing this? Zionists apparently oppressed the Jews also. Zionists oppressed the Jews.
Yes, that's true. More Germany, what do you think?
This is a pro-Palestinian movement at its finest. Zionists oppress everything and everyone.
Wait, do you think Zionists are Jews' friends? You're so.
Oh my God, we have documents of our land in Atlas. We have a home, our K home, for our grandfather house. We still have it. We have coins in that time that they used to have. They have their currency, they have their culture, they have their original ethnicity, and you guys came and stole everything. If I'm gonna be correct, is Jacob, the guy who stole Mona's house in Sheikh Jarrah, he just came from Brooklyn, New York, and he told her, oh, if I didn't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it. Does that guy belong to the land? Any other Zionist around in any part of the world can claim the nationality, come to Israel and take a land and take a house from the government. That house belonged to a Palestinian family. This is what occupation is actually called. If you don't know, it is occupation. They are called settlers. They are not called original inhabitants of the land. And let me correct you about one thing. I don't even believe in the one state solution. I don't believe that if someone will come and took my land and that someone took my house and he's living in that house and for generations he has lived there and gave birth there for different generations, and then I have to worry where is this son going to go. I can't leave my home because there are people there who didn't do that occupation, but they lived there peacefully, so they belong to the land. No, that house belongs to me. That land belongs to me. And those people who grew up in that country, they have original homes, they have multiple nationalities that they can go to. They have more than one language, they have more than one ethnicity. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. You do not belong to the land. I do more than you.
Okay, Rofeda, did you say your grandpa was a Jew?
Yeah.
Okay, when did your grandpa live in Palestine?
He grew up in Palestine until
When? Give me the years.
He left after the Nakba.
So what year was your grandfather born?
And I think 1950.
1950. Okay. So let me make sure I understand. His
father was a Jew?
Yes.
And his father's father was a Jew?
Yes. And I have it.
And they were living in Palestine?
Yes.
Oh, guys, what happened? What happened?
I think you're.
Whoa, guys.
I think you.
This goes back to my thank you, Rosetta. Wait, Rosetta, I was quiet. Whoa, what is going on in your life? Whoa. This is given proof that the ancient Israelites, the kingdoms were there for the last 3,000 years. Even after the destruction of the Second Temple, Jews remained living in the land, and Rosetta is proof of that. Rosetta, thank you. Thank you.
Doesn't mean I have a right to say all that.
Exactly. Just a second.
Amir, you just heard it. Jews were living in Palestine for centuries.
Bro, respectfully, my speakers are about to pop, bro. My speakers are about to pop. Respectfully, can I ask you a couple questions? I'm curious
Thank
to
you
know.
so much. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for acknowledging that your ancestors were Jews. They were in the land prior to 1948. You just destroyed the Palestinian argument for everybody. I didn't even need to lift up a finger. I didn't even need to say anything.
You ignorant fuck. They are Jew Palestinians. You don't understand.
I never denied it. I don't know. When did I deny it?
But Amir, let me hear from
I
your
never
mouth.
denied it.
Jews have been living.
No. You think
Jason, can
You're
I
a Persian Jew. You moved. You got kicked out of Iran. You never lived
Jew is
over
a
there.
religion. Being Jewish is a religion.
Guys, I love all of you. You really make my stomach.
Don't put us on.
so
Jason, I want to ask you a few questions. I want to know as a non.
Okay, let's take turns now. I think Carrie wants to ask some questions. Sitali, you can go after Carrie.
I don't want to hear. Literally prove my point to all of them.
Carrie denies
Prior to Palestinians.
Oh my God.
Jason, you're acting weird, bro. I mean, I want to ask
Nobody
you.
denied that the Jews did not live on that land. Nobody.
Hold on. Pause, bitch. So listen, didn't you say, no, but we were talking about this. 92 I died, this conversation. We never denied it. That was never denied. So I don't know why you're fucking laughing like a fucking dumb
Never
fuck.
denied it, bro. Less than 5%
No
of the
shit.
Jews lived on that land. I don't get it. Like, this guy is retarded as fuck.
Yeah, bro, you gotta chill with this.
Carrie, it's on you now. This fucker, I have to keep muting this fucker, man. This fucking Jason piece of shit.
Jason, I wanted to ask you a few questions. I just out of curiosity, because I really want to know. I'm new to this entire thing. So I want to ask you a few questions. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. But Carrie, did you just hear what happened? Were you listening?
I have absolutely no idea about it.
Please keep your voice low.
Wait. Okay, senza eggioze, bisogna, togliersi con la madre.
You're loud. You're literally loud. My husband is asleep.
Carrie, you said you're tuning in. I just want to tell you what happened. It'll take me 1 minute.
Recapping, just add to the
1
question.
minute. No, it's very important. Maybe
No, it's
Carrie
not. It's not.
maybe
It's not.
Carrie
Be
has a
quiet. You're
logical mind.
not gonna dictate how this
Carrie
room
has a
works.
logical mind
You
and
can
will
wait.
acknowledge that, you know what? Scott's lawyer was right.
This room is not.
I think we should give him 5 seconds.
Hey,
We should give
relax.
okay, 5 seconds. Jason, you got 5 seconds. 1,
Relax.
2,
Carrie, can I explain to you what happened in the last 1 minute? The conversation between you.
You have like 5-10 seconds to
Okay,
explain
thank
it really
you.
quick.
I told you this.
Fuck, I wanted to ask you something.
He can come back up when he comes down. He cannot come down.
Yeah, bro, you gotta stop with the exciting things.
I
Like,
can't-
oh,
I can't do that.
oh my god. He constantly talks like. I just want to ask him a few questions.
It's okay. We can bring up like bro. I don't bring him up, man. It gives me a fucking headache. Go on, Sitali.
He is Iranian. His religion is like he's a Jewish. That's his religion. He is Iranian, and he is trying to connect himself to Israel. He's trying too hard. That's it.
That's the part I was a little. That was the part I was a little.
His ethnicity. He is Iranian. He is a Persian. His religion, yeah, he's a Jewish. We have Christian Iranian. We have a Jewish in Iran. We have Muslim in Iran, and so on. That's it.
That's what I wanted to ask
I don't
him.
know why they think it's an ethnicity.
It's okay. Let her finish,
It's a
Carrie.
religion.
When that fucker's on the stage, nobody can speak. All he does is barks on that fucking speaker panel. I got a headache, man. That's why I don't allow him on my stages. It's been about a week. He keeps coming in here. I don't bring him up because he's annoying as hell.
His voice is very.
Oh my god, oh my god.
It sounds like a hyena or something.
It's whining and it's obnoxious and it's just he's arrogant. I mean, I've heard this guy speak before, but everything that
show their lifestyle and they keep talking about how to get the money, I'm rich, I'm this, and then they have a course that's $20,000, and then girls are actually subscribing, and all they're teaching them is start Amazon FBA. You know what I mean? It's literally just a scam if you're thinking about it, because you're not selling, you're selling a lifestyle. You're selling a lifestyle that you already have, and these people are actually paying the lifestyle for paying for these courses.
Making their money from the courses.
Exactly. Even Andrew Tate BS.
Take that money and then only start running a lot of stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Like they $10,000 for a course. They're getting on a private jet and telling you, oh, this is how I became a billionaire. Whole time they didn't do anything. You know what I mean? They just teaching you.
Of course, a billionaires focus on the billions. You don't see
That's what I'm saying. Like,
like homogenous, more power, or something like that, that it is constitutional to racially gerrymander.
No, man. After the Supreme Court struck down,
the Supreme Court upheld it.
No, after the Supreme Court struck down Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, communities of interest, meaning racially homogenous districts, are no longer constitutional. There was a decision that preceded that which said racial gerrymandering in total was illegal. Right? So I can politically gerrymander, right? Like if I have a big city that votes 95% for the Democratic Party, and I'm in a state, I can gerrymander it to dilute that power politically and not be a racial thing, right?
Hey, so bro, can you define gerrymandering? I don't know what like. Can you define it?
Gerrymandering simply means the drawing of political districts for congressional representation.
Got you. That's interesting, bro. What about redlining again? Can you define that?
So if I am able to do this correctly, redlining is the racist practice of making sure people can't afford homes by lining them out of the ability to either afford them or rent them or buy them. Now, the Merriam-Webster definition, I can't quote you. I'm quoting you what I think the colloquial definition is. If you've got something to add to that, please do. Always happy to learn.
Always.
So redlining is like focusing on zip codes that are black people, pretty much.
Trying to keep certain people out of certain neighborhoods.
Like giving them like loans, bank loans.
Redlining. It's trying to keep black people in the hood.
We want the black people to stay together. We don't want them to come to
by not offering them loans.
Okay?
Yeah, but no, now they got the housing authority and HUD, and so black people are moving into low-income housing on different parts of the city at the expense of the taxpayer.
Banks were not to lend money, pretty much, based on zip code. Don't lend money to these red line places.
Which
high risk.
is against Title, somebody help me, 7, 6.
Man, nobody cares about none of the laws. Like, it's ran by criminals. So you're talking about laws and it's illegal. Man, the bank is going to be like, yo, we're not lending money to these people that are in these certain zip codes. Period. It doesn't matter if it's legal or not.
Right, look at what they're doing to
What are you going to do
Louisiana.
about
All
it?
them
Nothing.
blacks in
You're not
Louisiana.
going to do anything.
They said, hold on.
That's the whole point.
Give us back
It's
that
it's
damn
red
district.
line. It's showing the banks.
All right, so,
money
you know,
that's
I guess
it.
Gemini and
Whether
Mimi,
it's
they
legal
come in
or
here all the
illegal,
time, so they're not playing around with y'all and be
it doesn't
tactful
matter.
and
Just
try
like
to,
Jim
you know,
Crow
not offend
was not
nobody.
constitutional, but it was still a
I
law.
came in here because y'all was
Jim
talking
Crow
shit about
laws are still
California
real.
people. Normally, I don't come in here.
Like fucking 1/5 of a man or something like that. Like
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
man.
Yeah, Jim Crow is still legal. It doesn't matter if it's illegal. It just matters who can enforce and prove it's
No,
not
I'm a
legal.
confluence.
Like,
So the genetics and the
you can't vote
environment
your way out of
represent
oppression. That's why I said,
factors that
I
can
was
be
talking to somebody, I said, listen, man,
articulated
you can't
as
vote your way out of
dispositions.
oppression.
Like,
When
I
they
have a
say go
genetic
vote,
need
you go
for
and try to vote
water, right?
on
Based on
Sunday
like the way
morning,
my
and you
biology
get sprayed
works.
down with a
So a
water hose
disposition
and
towards
beaten by
drinking water.
dogs.
Like
That's
they're
the history of this
reflective
country.
of each
Like,
other, and they
people try to
account
vote,
for
man,
the
you're gonna get
biological
beaten by dogs
reality
and
and
sprayed
the
with water
actual
hoses.
choices
So
made by the
Yeah,
people.
that's the
And
history
yet
of
they just have
please, in a modern place, tell me where that's happening. I like.
20 hours.
Yeah, it's happening all the time, bro.
No, that's not what I mean.
Enough about all these snakes on the plane. In Ireland, when St. Patrick finally got the snakes out, it was all about...
That's not what I asked you. I asked you where people getting sprayed with water hoses and chased by dogs.
I mean, it's changed, but that's the issue in this country when it came to voting.
What is the creature?
The fact of its existence, living in this timeline.
Yeah, what are you? You're a creature. What does that mean? What is a creature?
It's a metaphysical entity that has the attributes of self-awareness, moral inclinations, and it may be to some degree emotional influence.
Yeah, so so you're a creature that's aware. That's fine. The awareness isn't gonna, cause anything. But inclinations would be another word for disposition, right? So any inclination you have is just you are a composite of these inclinations.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if that's true, then how does my argument not just follow from that?
Because I'm not constrained to making choices that conform to any of my pre-existing dispositions.
But you said choices are made by an agent. What an agent is, as you just said, is just something that's aware. That is a confluence of you use the word inclinations, but I think we can substitute dispositions for that. If that's what you are, then it's just dispositions making choices, in effect, right? Is selecting from these choices. So what feels like freedom to you and to most people is the competition within your mind, your awareness, right, of these dispositions. That is what libertarian freedom is. It is an illusion, right, where you self-reflect on this competition amongst dispositions.
Can you better define what you mean by competing dispositions? How are they competing for one another? Is it the creature weighing the options and
because since what you are is a confluence, right? Each one is trying to, I guess, for lack of a better understanding, like take the driver's seat in a particular event, right? And like it's kind of like they're arm wrestling, right? Like the stronger one in the moment is going to win out, which doesn't mean the rational one, by the way, right? You might roll over and turn your alarm off and go to sleep and miss your job and get fired and whatever, right? You might cheat on your wife, you might do all these horrible things, but right, there's going to be different dispositions, right, based on different values that you have, and the strength of the stronger disposition is going to win out, which is going to be your choice. So whenever this competition is occurring versus you just do something instinctually, for example, right, that's what feels like freedom. That's why people think they have free will. It's this recursive thought about this competition, right? When we reflect back on this, it seems trivial to us that the other one could have won, right? That we quote unquote the ego, right? That is an illusion too, right? Could have done otherwise, but you couldn't have done otherwise because you are this competition. That is what you are. You are a competition of wills.
I suppose it's possible, but the problem with your deterministic way of looking at free will is that you're not able to account for the dispositions or choices that
Right. From black voters.
Oh, okay.
So what you're referencing are the Southern Democrats when they were hosing down black people, right?
I just didn't know why they were
Southern Democrats
them so bad.
that they were doing that in the 1960s. I mean, Jim Crow, the era of Jim Crow, it was all about suppressing voters.
Yeah, and I was saying, Joe, I was like saying that Jim Crow wasn't constitutional, but it was enforced.
It was ran by the states, though.
Yeah,
those were state
It
laws.
was enforced, though.
Well, this is what we can say, right? My grandma, right? My mom's mom was born in '57. She lived in like the era of Jim Crow, segregation, all that little shit, right? But she was not no slave, right? But I do have, my second great grandmother. She did pick cotton. She was from Alabama, right? So when you're talking about American history is a vast majority of different histories, depending on where your ancestors are from, and it's not the same history.
Hello.
Yeah, my history.
Go to ChicagoMarrow.com.
Kentucky.
This is Marrow, Canada, John Kitover. It's 1:37 a.m. CST. We are listening to the President Trump House.
They did have slaves, but they fought for the Union. It was called Bloody
And
Kentucky.
share this video.
Our family was tore apart. Brothers were killing brothers over it. It was ruthless. My family did not, though. My family's always been poor. We are one of the poor whites that never owned slaves, like the rich Marshall Rankin family that we've heard about the plantation owner. But look, you can't just apply that. The biggest holdback is to apply that everyone's history automatically based upon who you're talking to and the color of their skin or how they vote or whatever. It applies to how the history was at one time. It's like, here's a white person. Were they involved with? Was their granddaddy involved with it? Hell, let me tell you what. I don't know if my great-grandfather was a racist, but the likelihood of racists existing 100 to 200 years ago is high. I mean, what do you want us to say? Racists still exist today.
We can talk about that. The common denominator is we need free labor or cheap labor. So slavery provided free labor. Like, you don't have to pay them. You can just beat them into submission and they'll just build whatever you want them to build. And then you have Mexicans and illegal immigrants who are cheap labor. Somebody has to do the labor. That's how you get rich, by having servants and people working for you to build your empire. Everybody knows that. And so I don't know why we're talking about nobody realizes the elephant in the room is if you don't have anybody building your dream and working for you, free or cheap, then you're not going to build anything.
That's not the only businesses in the country. In fact, it's not the way most businesses build in this country. If what you're talking about is farm labor, I'll give you an example. I've done it. I've picked crops for 3 months. They pay $8.75 an hour. And you
for how long? 3 months? Okay.
And you work until I got a political job, which I usually do. My point being is that these people do this job for about $8.75 an hour, and they do it all the time. There are a lot of people who don't want to do that. But there are also tons of industry.
Amazon for 12 months. Have you ever worked for Amazon for 12 months? That's slave labor.
No, it's fucking not. No, it's not. Hold on. Right, no, it's not. When you use the term slave labor, please bother to be accurate, because words mean things, right? And when you say them, they carry the meaning of
everybody who's black. Everybody who's black said Amazon is worse than the plantation.
Bro, I know people that Amazon that are black and don't say that same shit.
Marshall,
If you're being really honest,
Marshall is a former slave owner himself.
honest, there are people fucking taking these folks. There are people taking these folks and whipping them for breaking eggs, putting fucking chains around their genitals. None of that shit.
Holy shit.
What the fuck are you talking about?
So I think really advanced, bro. Like,
Genital change.
No, I am just irritated when you call actual work slave labor when it's fucking not, because it carries a historical connotation in our country that is evil. If you're going to accuse Amazon of doing evil shit, then you should at least have the evidence to back them up, or shouldn't use the terminology because it doesn't fit the actual business model. My God.
Okay, let me ask you a question, Marshall. If you were to go to Amazon and they say, hey, would you like to be like a driver and deliver packages, or would you like to be like a white boy, just looking at a computer, just making sure everything's straight? What job are you going to choose?
The packages, I don't like sitting in offices. That's just me.
It's so intentionally obstinate.
I fucking hate sitting in offices. So I would always take the job that put me out.
Well, the white boys who I know that work at like these companies that I know about, they like to sit in the offices, bro. They like walking around as managers. And this is where affirmative action. Listen, did you know that affirmative action has been ended? Like, there's no company that's obligated to hire black people anymore. Like, affirmative action is something that...
do a follow-up. Hold on, Galen, before you go down affirmative. That's opening a new thread, Let's stay where you're at. Let me ask you a question, though. I want to have dialogue with you. The history is important to us, but it's good to look forward to the future with the rise of AI, which largely is going to affect many white-collar office jobs. No racist pun intended or anything.
Office jobs held by white people. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Instead of black people.
What do you think? What do you think's going to happen now with all that cheap labor that you referenced? It's going to be being done soon, largely by automation, computers, robots.
Yeah,
so what are they going to do now when it's going to be a vast majority of Americans, if we continue to fight over the past rather than looking at what's facing in the future? How are we going to be able to get through this with the rise of AI?
Yeah, so when you say we, you're talking about white-collar jobs. A lot of white-collar jobs are held by, Caucasian males. We can all agree on that, right? So the thing is that it's going to affect a lot of Caucasian males, and they're going to be like the white middle class is going to be very, very, very down bad, and they're going to understand how the country actually was using black people as a subject to understand like the tolerance of and how to take away certain privileges and resources. And so now that that's been perfected, now the middle class white people are going to now feel the wrath of the government and realize the government is not only against black people, but it's against middle class white people.
Well, listen,
I think we've been feeling that wrath.
Yeah, the government is a sovereign entity. The sovereign power.
Trump just said he's going to import over 500,000 Chinese people. You told Xi Jinping that. So why are Chinese investors buying land near military bases? Why is that okay?
And a lot of farmland.
Why? Why are you okay with Chinese investors buying American farmland? Why are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's nothing.
Why are you okay with that? Why are you okay?
Bro, we're $39 trillion in debt.
Next to military bases? Now you trust China.
Who are we $39 trillion in debt to? Who are we in debt to, bro? When they say $39 trillion in debt, who are we in debt to?
Most of it ourselves, about most of it ourselves, about 30 cents on every dollar to China, about 10 cents on every dollar to Japan. If you really were an international competitor and you wanted to fuck us up, what you would start doing is selling U.S. Treasury debt, right? Which would then make it so that the U.S. couldn't finance other things. We owe over 50%, like over 50 cents on every dollar to ourselves. You'd have like the debt is not in this time. Yes, to ourselves. Every American has something like $250,000 in debt. Not that's an estimation because I'm like don't take it as an exact fact that it's 250,000, but like it's above $200,000.
You know what, Marshall? I'm gonna add you, bro. I'm gonna add you as a. I gotta talk to you in the back channel, bro.
And as far as other countries, there's no such thing as debt when you have the strongest military. Like, what are they really gonna do?
Man, the strongest.
Well, of course there's such a. Well, of course there's such a thing as debt. The British Empire was once the strongest military on the face of the earth. When the pound devalued and fell out of war, it became the U.S. dollar. So spending more than you take in, spending more than you can borrow, spending more than you can pay back, always fucking matters.
Marshall.
There's never a case where it doesn't matter.
Let me ask Marshall, who was the last president that left with a surplus when he left office?
Bill Clinton, the federal budget.
Exactly. And who after that was a Republican president that caused the largest deficit?
Well, the dollar isn't backed by gold anymore.
Largest debt would have been under George W. Bush.
It was. He had the listen. Trump has a 32% approval rating, which is the second lowest for a sitting president during a war. During a fucking war, it's low. But also, Bush had a lower percentage because he was even more unpopular. What I'm saying is this.
Yeah, but you got to think about like 9/11, like with Al Gore in 2000 with Al Gore.
What happened now? We went and invaded.
Hold on. One second.
Why are we in a war now? Don't compare it. What the fuck?
No, what I'm saying is that
9/11.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Is that back in 2000 when George Bush was trying to run for office, he was running for office as president, and Al Gore won in Florida. That was like, and then guess what?
That's when the ballot
hanging. They said it was a hanging chad.
Yeah, I remember that shit. That was the cheat.
And then what happened was George Bush was able to turn over Florida through the hanging chad, and then once he got in office, guess what? The World Trade Center. So now, watch this. Now looking back at Dick Cheney,
Israel. I'm sorry.
And all of these things. No.
It was.
The war in Iraq. The war in Iraq
didn't have anything to do with now.
Don't, Marshall.
Yeah. Stop.
You know that. Listen, that's disingenuous.
Bro, you're talking nonsense.
No, it's not. The terrorists were a bunch of fucking Saudis, Afghanis, and Egyptians.
Don't do that, man.
They had anything to fucking do with this.
Here's what I'm doing. I'm walking you guys down through history.
I know you told me. No,
I should be blessed to have me in this call right there.
9/11 loose change.
You should be blessed to have me in this call, but you've been entertained this. But what I'm trying to say is this, is that in 9/11 would not have happened if it wasn't for George Bush being president. What I'm trying to explain to you is that it's all
That's not
George Bush did everything his dad told him to.
No.
George Bush was a stoner that didn't even want to be president.
That's not true. Bin Laden's father very specific.
You think that 9/11 would have happened? You think that 9/11 would have happened? Hold on. You think 9/11 would have happened with Al Gore president?
Galen.
With Al Gore being president, you think 9/11 would have happened?
Can anybody get to work other
You think that 9/11 would have happened with Al Gore being president?
Speaking. Hey, hold up. Mod is speaking. Look, one mic. I know this is a hot topic. One mic. We're gonna go Galen, then back to Yo. Make your points. Pass the mics. Don't hog them.
Okay. What I'm saying is this: is that in 2000, right, the year 2000, Al Gore and George Bush were going up against presidency. Al Gore was like, "Yo, we need to do green." the deciding vote for the presidency was Florida. And what happened was there was a hanging chad on the voting. So it said that Al Gore won Florida, but then they went back and retracted it.
They did.
And then they said that George Bush won Florida because of the hanging chad. So now, what I'm saying is this, is that 9/11 would have never happened if Al Gore was president. That's what I'm saying. Now, here's the point. Looking back at George Bush and Dick Cheney going to war, 9/11 happened, all these things happening, the weapons of mass destruction, military. Guess what? Who got rich? Dick Cheney and George Bush got rich.
Halliburton.
That's what actually happened. That's what actually happened.
Yes,
Halliburton.
that's just not true. The United States had an intelligence unit.
And then they
The United States had an intelligence unit.
Let him respond.
I thought it was
The United States had an intelligence unit tracking Bin Laden for most of the 1990s. We had intelligence. There was a big attack coming. Wouldn't have mattered whether it was Al. Wouldn't have mattered whether it was George W. Bush. The fucking Al Qaeda was set on attacking us. And it was a group of fucking Saudis, Egyptians, and Afghanis. And they had the international financing.
No, but you
from.
think that Jim
I'm not done. They had the international financing from Saudi princes, which we never went after directly after 9/11, from people in Egypt and from some in Sudan. And that pioneered and paid for under, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, who was the architect of 9/11. They started putting that shit together in the early 1990s after the original attack on the U.S. Trade Center with the gentleman in 1993.
93.
Yeah, so this is not something.
So you're
that had
saying,
this is not This is not something that had to do with who was president. It was an attack that had been in the works for a decade.
So guess what?
It doesn't matter who was president, right?
That means that CIA had intelligence on the attack prior to the attack, right? And guess what? The thing is this though, there are certain people who didn't go to work that day, right? Who were there every fucking day. But for that day, they just happened to not show up. They told them not to go there. And then for some reason, they talk about the Twin Towers, but they never talk about Building 7, which is directly behind the Twin Towers. How the fuck did that blow up? Was that
I don't know, but that doesn't mean it was rigged, which is what you're... It doesn't mean it was rigged, which is what you're fucking insinuating.
What I'm saying is that, are you saying that Marshall...
Bill 7 was there. And the thing is, it was incinerated for what?
I'm talking about
Marshall. And what it does.
Marshall.
I'll answer the question. Yes, I'm saying it didn't matter.
Are you saying that are you saying that 9/11 would have happened with Al Gore being president?
Yes, because the attack by Khalid Sheikh Mohammed had been designed in 94 and 95. And they'd been putting financing to work for 6 years prior to the 9/11 attacks.
Right, so why did George Bush fight against Al Gore so hard to become president? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Wait, why are you connecting the two? They don't have anything to do with each other.
No, I'm saying, you're saying that it doesn't matter who was president, 9/11 was going to happen anyway. That's what you said, Marshall.
Yes, I'm confused. I'm confused as to what fighting for the presidency has to do with that.
I'm telling you it would not have happened if Al Gore was president.
And I'm telling you it had been in the works for a decade and it absolutely would have happened because there wasn't anything because there wasn't anything Al Gore or George W. Bush could have done it.
I was there. Can I listen, I was there. I remember when Bush said, this is because, right, you know, we were there in Desert Storm to invade Kuwait. And, you know, Saddam Hussein was always the target. Even though Osama bin Laden was the one who blew the towers up. He was in Afghanistan, but for some reason we invaded Iraq. we invade Iraq, right? A sovereign country who we didn't, have no beef with at that time. And a lot of things that people don't know about Iraq prior to that shit. And this
yes, but you're connecting two things which are not connected.
Well,
hold on. George W. Bush connected them in the trying to get the American people behind it. But the two attacks were not connected other than that tangential
So why bring it up? So why invoke your father and his
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is after Afghanistan.
Why do Americans gotta die for Israel? I saw them question. Why do Americans gotta fucking die for Israel?
We didn't fucking die for Israel in 9/11. We died because they fucking didn't like us.
You want to invade Yemen. You want to invade Jordan.
We're not invading Yemen or Jordan, and nobody ever fucking said that.
You're literally setting up properties in the West Bank. You're trying to sell property as
stay on top of the conversation.
No, I'm not, because this is what it comes down to.
Man, this field goes all over this clubhouse room.
When she said the goalpost is being moved really quickly. The goalpost is like Shaggy and Scooby chasing a ghost. Bruh, right now, bro, like, Marshall, I'm telling you, bro, if Al Gore was president, 9/11 would not have happened, bro. And I'm telling you that with all due respect. Marshall, if Al Gore, that's why Al Gore was trying to fight so hard to become president. And you're saying that, you know with 100% certainty that if Al Gore was president, 9/11 would have happened. Are you crazy?
Dude,
No.
Stupid.
Hold on. Let's engage on the substance because that's let's engage on the substance because that's not what I said.
So if Al Gore was president, 9/11 would have happened.
Dude, hold on. You got to engage with the substance because that's not what I said. What I said was the Al Qaeda attacked the United States in 1993 at the World Trade Center bombings. That shortly after, in the spring of 94, into 95 and 96, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed planned the attack on the World Trade Centers, meaning put together the plan for it. They then spent the next 5.5 to 6 years getting financing for that plan. So the plan was in existence long before George W. Bush or Al Gore ever decided to stick their hat in the ring. My point is not that Al Gore would have been a better or lesser president.
I didn't say that. I said that 9/11 would have never happened.
Okay. Well, then let's address that with what I just said. You need to engage with substance. What I just said was, this had been a plan in the works for at least 7 years with a total financing time period of about 5 years, right? That means that it wasn't George W. Bush and it wasn't Al Gore, it was Al Qaeda planning on their own timetable when they were going to attack us and who. They decided on 2001 as a thing. It wasn't because George W. Bush was the president that they attacked. It wasn't because it wasn't because
that.
It's not. No, I didn't say you should. I didn't say you
know
should.
what? Hold on.
I didn't. No. Hold on. You need to engage with the substance.
Rich because of
You need to engage with the substance of what I said, not what you wish I
trying to get rich because of 9/11.
Bro, you need to engage with the substance. You need to engage. No. You need to engage with the substance. The substance is.
No, I'm telling you
the substance is that these people planning and financing these attacks for the better part 10 years. You need to engage with that, otherwise your point of view doesn't make any sense.
Getting muted.
You're not making sense though, bro. It's like saying, Trump just made the cartels a terrorist organization, nigga. Right?
No, I'm talking about George Bush. Me and this man Marshall are talking.
Dude. If they decided they wanted to do some shit, they can do it. How would we fucking know? We wouldn't. That's the point. You wouldn't.
I'm trying to shoot the fade with Marshall right now.
In office, that if they wanted to do something, they'll do it.
No, it does matter who's in office. That's the whole point. The because I'm trying to tell Marshall. I told Marshall, I said, who got rich over 9/11? George Bush or Al Qaeda? George Bush and Dick Cheney got rich over.
I mean, Al Qaeda became the government for Afghanistan after. So
Al Qaeda did not. The Taliban did. There's a difference between.
George Bush got rich.
Hold on. There's a difference.
Dick Cheney got rich.
Hold on. There's a difference between the Taliban government, which were a group of what's known as Taliban or studiers who got financed in the Soviet-Afghan War by the United States, and the group Al Qaeda, who were funded mostly by Saudi and Egyptian interests. Right? Al Qaeda comes out of the Afghan-Soviet War, Bin Laden leaving and participating. But Al Qaeda is not the official government of Afghanistan, and has never been so. Mullah Omar, the nominal Taliban commander, gave Al Qaeda sanctuary in Afghanistan after they were kicked out of Sudan. Right? So they were never a major part of the government. They weren't a major part of the government during the war, and they're not a major part of the government now.
Hello, I have a question. If I want to send an email to Mr. Trump, is it any email address available, or you have to put a message on the White
So
House?
what you need to do is you need to go to the White House website.
I need it for 4,000. Is that right? You can just
Yes. My best suggestion, if you really want to get a message to the president, is find somebody below the level of president to send it to. Typically a staffer or a scheduler. The lower the staffer is, or the more available the scheduler's information, means that you're going to have a chance. But what it really means is you're going to have to send an email, and then you're going to have to make sure you call and introduce yourself. Hey, I'm not sure of your name. Hey, I'm Mr. Rankin. I emailed you about this concern. If you could pass it on, I would really appreciate it. Be aware you may get a form letter. So there are templates in there. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, Matt has a connection to Trump through this house. So if you leave the message with us, we can get it to him.
I didn't know the Trump House and Clubhouse had any relation to the Trump administration campaign.
Yeah, just go ahead and tell us what your message is, and we can. What's your message?
I want to send an email to him about the situation of the Iran and just explain a couple of things to him about the what's happening in Iran and what's maybe benefit for the U.S. and Iran both, at the same time.
Well, can you go into more details?
Yeah, but probably I'd like to send an email, not just that.
Well, yeah. So what you would do is hey, Mr. President, my name is Marshall. I'm really interested in Iran, and you probably have people in your order to tell you this stuff, and I imagine you've got access to all sorts of information. This is the way I would say it, not the way you would say it. You got access to all sorts of information, but I really feel like you should be aware of this piece about Iran. The people think this way specifically, right? And forward that to somebody forward that to the Trump House, but also do what I did, cover all of your bases. Do the Trump House, do what I suggested, and it's more than likely that your message gets transmitted. Now, whether the executive does what you ask is a totally different thing. The man gets told what to do all the time. I mean, 24 hours a day, the man gets told what to do. So don't expect him to take every piece of advice. But if you got something real substantive, from what I've heard about people who work with him, if you get the message to somebody that can introduce it, he usually takes stuff seriously from citizens or from people who have worries. He's far nicer private than he is in public, right? Apparently he's like much more comprehensive. He can explain a lot more stuff to you than he does in public. As Joe says, it's explained at a fifth grade level, right? Which is probably why he talks the way that he talks. But if you got anything interesting to send to him, he does take constituents from what I know, and Matt Beaver, correct me if I'm wrong, but like he does take those sorts of things seriously. I don't know if he writes every letter, but I do know he takes letters every day and reads them.
I mean, this could, Omid, if you have something that could really change the dynamics of this war in Iran, you should definitely let the president know.
Hey, thank you very much.
Hey, Beaver, I sent you a little message, but I just want to say this real quick. So, I know a couple of people in here heard me saying that I'm from a founding father's descent line. But I went down the rabbit hole, but I'm a confirmed fourth cousin, 7 times removed of Jared Ingersoll. So,
dude, that's fucking ass. That's some badass shit, man.
Yeah, and I'm also a mogul myself in the music industry. And what's unfortunate is that we got written out of history because for some weird reason, but my second great grandmother was basically like half white and half French and black somehow. But her mom made it to the French Huguenots as well. So it's just a lot of stuff that I covered from the ancestry rabbit hole. But Story Scout verified this connection.
You ever read about the French Huguenot massacre in Paris? Well, I don't know if it's in Paris, but it's in France. You ever read about that? They slaughtered.
I have to look into it.
Dude, they slaughtered something like 30,000 Huguenots in a day. Like in a single 12-hour period, they killed 30,000 people. It's it's insane. Right? Like the ability without a firearm to kill that many people in a day is just astonishing.
Crazy, man. But I think this history, like something like that, this was a connection that was gate kept, right? And I also went down the rabbit hole and seen that the Church of Latter-day Saints was lying about. They were trying to what they really did. And I haven't really exposed this story yet, but I am gonna break this story in soon enough. But they were trying to commit genealogical erasure, and what Ancestry's DNA Story Scout did was found the error that they were trying to hide. So I know the whole tree. So even if Jared Ingersoll's, because I popped up on their ancestry. So I'm also related to the Baldwins. This bloodline also created Abraham Baldwin as well, who's also a constitutional signer. So nonetheless, though, this connection also goes back to the 1600s. To the early English settlers in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and stuff like that. But of course, Jared Ingersoll was from Philadelphia, and this was my 5th grade grandmother's on record confirmed 4th cousin. You feel me? So, and my 3rd great grandfather was a Kellogg, who's also a cousin to the cereal moguls as well. You feel me? So.
This man is a Kellogg cereal?
Stuff like that.
Oh my God, he's a cereal mogul.
Records, and they changed names and locations and XYZ. But they were hoping, they were trying to hide this line, basically. This must have been some sort of family secret that we've uncovered. But we know the truth now, so. But I think knowing this, because most of my life I didn't know this, so I think knowing it now, I think, like I said, I'm proud to be an American. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ancestor wasn't a slave, though. You feel what I'm saying? Like, my grandmother, my 2nd great grandmother wasn't a slave. And she even identified as white. She had blue eyes. You feel me? Because her parents were European, so, you know what I'm saying? But, this was the history they tried to hide, and this is actually my grandmother's father's mother on my mom's side. And I've met my grandfather. He passed in the early 2000s in like 04, but I met him one time too.
Young Jay, do you come from a family of any descendants of Creole?
Yeah, I actually got some Louisiana family. I actually do.
Is that comes from the line of the lady you're referencing?
No, well, interestingly enough, so the Kellogg's lived in Mississippi, and that's where I guess she was born at, I assume. But after that, I'm assuming they also moved to California because it's a census record and stuff like that. It says that, and her mom was a Lafayette, so she was like a Canadian French woman. She was from Whiteside, Chicago, Illinois. I think
Everybody on this motherfucking app.
Kellogg, he was from I think Westminster, Ohio, or something like that.
I have a question about Creole. Just based off, I don't know if it's the same. I don't really do a lot of history, but I just stayed up one night recently looking up those little islands by Alaska because I like traveling to places, remote places and shit. And I guess the natives from Alaska and Russia, like on that little area, were called Creole also. I don't know if that's where, I don't know how people get anywhere. I'm just curious if it's the same people. Anybody knows?
I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but I guess I can try. I don't know about the people in the islands of Alaska. When I was referencing the Creole, that would have been people from Louisiana.
Yeah, I was just curious. It's like, because I've heard of Creole people, and then these ones are more like Native American looking one. I don't know, like Native Alaskan, whatever. Looking people. So I was just curious if they have any type of relation.
So I'm still trying to piece together the French descendants in North America, and the Huguenots come up through Canada and then go down through the Mississippi River, and then there was a French colony everyone's familiar with there in New Orleans, and one side of the French hated the other side of the French, and it still stemmed from the French Revolution. And it's always interesting talking to people that have French relatives and where they lie, trying to figure out where they came into North America based upon how their families shook out after the French Revolution.
Yeah, if you PTR right here, you can see what I'm saying. So what I am saying is, I come from Jared Ingersoll's direct family, so his cousins eventually created my bloodline, basically. So I do not descend from him directly, but I'm a lot relative than his actual direct descendants, like than his grandchildren. And it's because it's something called a long generation. So if somebody waits to have kids, the DNA doesn't get as diluted, which in turn you would get more of this DNA. But my second great grandmother was born in the early 1900s. So her parents were born. Her father was born in the 60s or 50s, and her mom was born in the 1860s. So, and her mom lived all the way until 1950, until she was 80-some years old. And they also lived in California. You feel me? So we seen the census record. That's how we know.
You got me wanting to do one of the DNA things.
Yeah, you never know. And I also asked, the AI that I would choose, I choose Google Gemini, but I asked it how rare is it that you would find something like this, and really, statistically, most people that test would never find out that they're close to somebody like this, or like an actual closure in that kind of way. So this is kind of like a cool, fascinating piece of history, right? And most of my life, I didn't really know this, but when I went down a rabbit hole and I went on Family Tree Genealogy, which Ancestry is also partnered with the Church of Latter-day Saints, right? But Ancestry doesn't care about race and whatever. It cares about the truth, right? And what you can't do is alter biological history. So like I was telling somebody in the chat, life comes from life. So although that I'm more African today, I do have full European ancestors. You know what I'm saying? So, and they weren't, this wasn't something that had anything to do with slavery either. Because my grandmother was an only child. So, But I do think because she was mixed and certain things, they used different aliases and different little stuff like that to stay under the radar. And plus because her father was a Kellogg, they probably didn't want to, his cousins were out in Michigan or whatever, wherever they were at, becoming serial moguls. That he probably didn't, want the pressure of that family name to, you know, weigh them down or just kind of, pressure them in any kind of way. But that same reason is why they tried to erase this out of history. So you gotta go down the rabbit hole. You gotta see, who the people in your DNA matches are your family, and it is some kind of connection to these people, or you wouldn't share DNA with them at all. So it's worth finding out.
So you were mentioning lightly about uh, it changed your perception of, was it the country or the founding?
Yeah,
or
like I think
your patriotism. Tell us more about that.
Even just what I've accomplished and what I've done in my own, like kind of how I look at being an independent, sovereign power in the music industry. Because my ancestor believed in sovereignty. You know what I'm saying? Jared Ingersoll fought the Chisholm versus whatever case or whatever. He was the judge over that case. You know what I'm saying? So he believed in independence and the government not having so much control over the people, and I could agree with that. And I see a lot of those similarities, and me and him actually kind of look a little similar too. I can tell that we're family. I could tell we're cousins for sure. Fascinating, very interesting piece of history, but with something like that, the reason why that would be something that's hidden is because it would taint the purity of whatever the American story is, which they would love to say that the founding fathers or their descendants didn't intermix with black people. That's a damn lie, and it wasn't nothing to do with slavery either. People willingly did this, and I want to say I don't know who was more African, but somebody had to earlier in that period had to been half black, which is a white passing black person. Somebody had to been. I just don't know what ancestor, whether it was Harriet Lafayette or was it George Warren Kellogg.
How far you made it?
Oh, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, AJ, how PC, bro? How far you made it back in your French? You navigated through French yet, or you had your
I think so. What I have done, because I have my ancestors, like my raw DNA put inside of my heritage as well. So I have looked that name up also. Because you can search these names inside of the search bar to see if any DNA matches come up. I have found some Lafayette that still live in France. I haven't reached out to them yet, but I look forward to it soon.
Approximately what year did you make it to on your French lines?
I mean, well, as far as this relation to this person, to Jared Ingersoll, we trace that back to the 1600s, early English settlers. So we trace this back like to before America, pre-colonial America, So once the royal reparations cut, shit. Hey, look, even if it did, I could get inside of the descendants of signers, and then my fifth great grandmother, her father was a World War I veteran, so I can get into the Brothers of American Revolution. I have the paper trail to prove it, and the DNA verified facts to prove it.
France was a mess. I read them stories about what them folks had to do to get up out of France. And run, flee for their life. It's like, damn. I was reading one book. One of the guys, I think he was somewhat being convicted of hearsay. He knew they was coming for him, so he had his wife put together a house party, and in the middle of the night he snuck out the back door and got on the boat and came to America, and then married, what was that lady name? God dog it, I can't remember her name. But he ended up marrying this one lady, and that lady ended up sharing her granddaughter, and her granddaughter wrote a second edition of the book and rewrote the preface explaining, what actually happened, with her grandfather. So, yeah, folks had some crazy stories back then, man. Shit wasn't peaches and cream just because you was European.
All I say is, man, it's worth doing the history, man. Do your research, man. It's two sides to history, right? It's the side of the history that you know that you were told by your loved ones, and it's the truth, right? So, while doing these DNA tests, just understand it may be some things you find out, or maybe some family that never knew you existed, and vice versa. So just be prepared for that. Be prepared for people not to really believe you're related to them for whatever reason, even if you do know. And but it's better to know, because guess what? You share genetic material with these people. You share a common ancestor with these people, right? And with a lot of these ancestry tests now, it can pre-screen you for health problems, right? So even if you didn't know where a certain sickness came from, you might be able to find out or prevent certain things from happening based on your genetic markers, because that plays a big role in a lot of things.
Yeah, I'm down. I definitely do the genealogy. I'm not really a fan of the DNA test, but the using the records to find family members.
I mean, we're just talking about, like, matches, right? Like what I was bringing up with Ancestry Story Scout. That's basically an AI that if something within your biological story doesn't make sense, or if just something doesn't make sense, maybe a time frame, with Ancestry Story Scout is going to do is find the best biological solution that makes logical sense, right? Because
So you took your DNA test results and threw it into AI, into that AI,
no,
and approved it?
It does it by itself.
Oh, okay.
But see, like I said again, most people that take these tests won't find out that they're a close relative of like a Constitution signer. Because, like I said, I don't descend from Jared Ingersoll himself. I descend from his close family. So I have that same foundational DNA that he had. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I'm also more of a closer relative to him genetically, also, than his actual direct descendants. Because the generations removed is a difference between 50 to 100 years. So somebody that's like a fifth cousin, 4 times removed, they're like 200 to 300 generations removed from me, just or wherever my common ancestor is with this person. So their DNA is a lot less, uh, you know, original compared to the DNA that I have, if that makes sense. But the point of the matter is,
no, man, it don't make no fucking sense. I don't know what you talking about, dog.
One of his closest living relatives. And like I said, this is just something that got genealogically erased, but we corrected it, Right now, I'm just taking a little break because I know the Church of Latter-day Saints is kind of in a hot seat right now. So I'm taking a break before I break the story. But it's coming out, you know what I'm saying? And hopefully this ends racism, this story. cats, but can't argue with biological history and genealogical history.
Facts. So what do the Mormons have to do with it? I'm just curious.
Because
I work in solar, so I
guess like manage these like Find the Grave, all these different sites. They manage sites and give these sites the API information that it has, and even if it's false information. So it's people on there that they call them fucking like contributors or something, right? But these are people that have no fucking direct relation to you or none of your ancestors that will change stuff about your ancestor to disconnect you from these kind of prestigious lines if you do have a connection. Yeah. This is what these people do and the reason why is one, so you don't know the relation, and two, maybe so you can't ask for some kind of inheritance if you want to submit it. If you were entitled to one, they wrote you out of inheritance. You see what I'm saying? So it's just shit like that now. And the reason why I know they're in the hot seat is right when I exposed all this, and I went up in the back and forth through email and stuff like that, and they're trying to tell me that I'm not. I guess you got to be 5 generations from the person. I'm like, well, motherfucker, this is my second great grandmother. I'm not talking about somebody else. I mean, yeah, even though I was born in '97, my grandparent was born. My great grandfather was born in the '30s. He was born in '37. You feel me? So that's not that far back, and I met my great grandfather. I met a lot of my great grandparents.
They said you had to be
some old, some young.
For what?
For me to, I guess, manage these memorials. Yeah. For me to manage these memorial graves that's posted on these sites, but the people that's managing these sites have no direct DNA verification to these people. And see, these kind of prestigious families, they have money to do shit like that, to have researchers disconnect any, best believe when we took a test in 2020 or whatever, they see me pop up on their radar. And this family also has historical gravesite burial plots as well. You know what I'm saying? So it's deep. And I think it's in what I want to say, New Haven, Massachusetts, somewhere in Massachusetts, 40 miles outward. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere out the way. But the point I'm making is, you ask why would they do it? What questions? Why wouldn't they? If this was always a family secret or something, maybe that even though they knew their ancestor did it willingly, they might not have been proud, right? So they're like, you know what? They were just hoping that this line didn't thrive and survive, but we're here. That's all.
And then Mormons love nation. As somebody who not only deals with them texting me all the time, trying to get me to come to church, but like, they're just really on point and they're very persistent and they're all about what they're all about. Some sales guys in the solar industry. I'm in the operations side. I was an installer, but once I got to management, I started meeting salespeople. Showed up to one of their parents' wife's dad's house or something to check it out, to do a ground mount system there. And they had 3 ADUs, and each ADU was just a room with like 12 bunks all on the wall, like military buildings. So they just like come out here from Utah to California, sell a bunch of solar, and then go back. So it's like they're just in there selling solar, collecting everybody's information. They want you to come to church and be your friend and shit. Like they're very on the rise.
Yeah, no, this is no game, and see, when I break this story, I'm also going to bring up the fact that they tried to lie, right? The Church of Latter-day Saints, because they were behind hiding this information, right? And it's funny because their own AI, because they're partnered with Ancestors too, still discovered this. So I'm sitting here arguing with somebody on fucking Family Search or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, you made a threat to somebody." No, I didn't. I told this motherfucker, if they don't stop lying, I'm gonna report them. I'm not making a threat. I'm making you a promise. You're disrespecting a founding father's descendant line. It's not going to end good for you. Period, point blank. Because guess what? My second great grandmother deserves her real story to be told. You know what I'm saying? Not a fabricated story. They're trying to connect her to some people from fucking Texas. We don't have no connections to people over there. And the people there saying where her parents were born in the fucking later 1800s, like 88 or 18 whatever, they would have been kids themselves. There's no way biologically they could have had her. So that was the first lie, that a DNA, one of these people that detaches people from these lines does. You know what I'm saying? And see, they probably already knew that someday we would find this out. And I think the Kellogg family as well, because we're connected to them. I think they recently sold the brand like 5 years ago, probably around the time where I took that test, when they sold the brand. So it's, like I said, it's a lot bigger than what you think. Of course, it's historical erasure, and it's also genealogical erasure by record. So that you gotta go down the rabbit hole, find the records, find the matches, see the names, all that, And if you don't see it on one platform, you can go to another one and take a test there, or put your raw DNA in the other one, and search those names over there. If you see something, then that tells you what you need to know, right? And then see, it's a lot of family secrets. So
that makes sense. Hey, I have a question for Pepe or Beaver or any of the mods. Are you guys there? I take it not. Comparing me to Hitler is weird. I don't hold the same views, not in the same party, don't think the same thing. Like, I don't understand. I asked you several times nicely. I don't understand why you have to compare me to these people when we argue. I never invalidate your ideas, and I don't compare you to equal people. It's just a little bit weird. All I gotta say.
Hey Marshall, you see the post that came out saying that the Marlene from there to the it's not the United Nations, what's the name of the global forum?
You're not talking about the Nazi government funding the League of Nations, which would have fallen apart before the Nazi government was ever replaced. Is that what you mean?
No. I'm talking about like some of the current events